What's happening here? Pre-trip, not bad. Generally 15 minutes, but anybody remembers, and I doubt you do, yesterday morning I was talking about, or on the live stream yesterday, that I'd woken up so early that I could have taken another hour. And that I ended up more or less just sitting around for an entire hour. Could have live streamed, but that was a whole nother story. Oh, did not want to disturb the folks near me. Truck stop. And as we go in through the outdoor or out through the indoor of the fuel island, give me just a second. It was a big flurry of activity to get in the seat here, as they say. Because the eggs are non-negotiable. The egg drink, in fact, I've yet to consume it. Doing that now. Shout out to a travel cup, a Contigo travel cup that I found in Los Angeles. Yes, it leaks a bit. Perhaps that's why I found it in the first place. Discarded. Delicious egg time. We've added cayenne to the mix. We are headed, where are we? Zanesville, Ohio. And we, the royal we, are going to Florence, New Jersey. We got a live load, and I just delivered in Florence, New Jersey a few days ago, going back to the same receiver. And no guarantee of a repeat of last time, but it was a fast unloading. Although we don't necessarily want it to be too fast. I might need to get 2 hours in the hole for my logs, my hours of service, to extend the 14 hours. Whoa, easy, buddy. I hear stuff flying around everywhere in the truck. What's happening? Of course, the coffee also non-negotiable at this point, so we got us a big fat mug of coffee. While I play around, the mixing it with decaf, that did not last long. We're on 32 ounces of coffee a day, and then craving more. Not going to allow the addiction to intensify. Let me make sure I'm on the earbuds. Hang on, we may not be. Yes, we are. So I guess I woke up right on time, as long as I wanted to hustle. Although, since I'm one of those if I'm on time, I'm late type of folks, they told me 9 a.m. And last time I went, I did not have an appointment, or if I did, I was not aware of it. And then there was about a 30-minute delay while my company located a delivery number, which is usually not required. But sometimes I think they want to see, not the company, just the realm wants to see if they can get old Benton to lash out in anger, right? In the past, at times, sure. So not so much these days. Shout out to the chat. I see some chatters. It's a little too much chatting, perhaps. Oh, what's up, Resvan? No, just the right amount. Good to see y'all. Appreciate you hanging out. And I took the last 5 minutes of the flurry of activity to make this live stream. See if the dark chocolate on the dashboard is melting. No, we're good. Some 90% dark chocolate for here in a bit. I have an Amazon order, several Amazon products waiting for me at a Whole Foods in Dallas. I'm wondering, will I ever get back there? I thought they gave you, I think in the one in LA, it said in 30 days, unless they've changed it. This one was 2 weeks. It's probably been a week. So maybe we'll get there. So I drop this. Once this gets unloaded, then I drive 2.5 hours to Pennsylvania to pick up the next load, which is fine. But driving is not every mile is the same. Yeah, I got beaten up quite a bit yesterday with the driving. I won't say heavy traffic, but there was traffic, and I could have driven another hour and tapped out mainly because I was feeling fatigued, and I had already been pushing my luck to some extent with the speeding. Right. Again, we're not manifesting. This is I'm a quite a strategic speeder, and if they get me, they get me, right? But generally have to do something fairly egregious from what I've seen. And nothing too crazy. Generally, maybe eight miles over at the most. And I don't get in a hurry driving, but I definitely have the speed and intensity factor when needed. Go, go, go. But we'll always back off if necessary. And you never know, there could be a wreck. All kinds of things could happen. Slowdowns. Definitely a lot heavier on the brakes yesterday than normal for me. I'm usually not a big user of the hard braking. There was several slowdowns, and the bozos in front of me. Sometimes people wait till the last possible second and then apply their brakes. It's like, yeah, but I can't see what's going on up there, folks. Oh, well, perhaps you shouldn't be following so close. Well, touche. You're right. I should not have been. Ought not have been, right? GPS says we're going to get there at 8:04. I've got a fuel stop since they don't want me to fuel in Ohio. I think it's a bit silly. I just left a truck stop with perfectly good fuel pumps from the they get fuel discounts for giving all of their business to one brand of truck stop. In this case, would be Love's, and because they don't want me to fuel in Ohio. And I now wait till Pennsylvania, which, by the way, what if it's, jam packed and busy? But that's okay. Probably won't be. One of the upsides of the economic crash, right? It's a never ending boom, bust cycle. And I do keep up with some of these articles, and a lot of them are more or less saying, a mortgage crisis, home lending crisis, more severe than 2008, 2009. And what I would say was, yeah, I could have told you. I've been saying for years that, none of the underlying issues were resolved or fixed. And in fact, the system wouldn't want them fixed or resolved anyway. From the perspective of the people, it's not resolved. Well, guess what? That's not even the point anyway. The masses, the people, the proletariat, that's the sheep to be sheared, right? And I was very disappointed back then studying it up close, the bailouts that folks pitched a fit to some extent. There was Occupy Wall Street and the taxed enough already and all of that, but other than some protests and hooping and hollering, people rolled over and accepted it. So if people will roll over and accept, banks, financial institutions all over the world getting American taxpayer money, while simultaneously some of those bankers, some of which even worked for the government, either directly or indirectly blamed Americans for taking out loans they couldn't afford, while just pretending like whoever's originating the loan has no say in the matter. But that's right. The bank said, well, we didn't want to make these loans. We did not. But Congress passed a law because talking about racist and sexist lending practices was the cover for that. And then what I would say is, well, at the same time, we had a member of Congress saying the banks own the Congress. So if you look at the lobbying power of these institutions, how can they be told what to do by people that work for them? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Or more correctly, like, they all have the same boss, right? They all serve the same master in that respect. But this is the part of truck driving I enjoy, the open road early in the morning, right? Not seeing the country, although I don't mind seeing the country. Although truck driving, not a good way to see the country, by the way. Mostly the truck stop and the interstate and the shippers and receivers. Or the occasional 2.5-hour drive on the U.S. and state highways in Pennsylvania, but you won't see this. The countryside, you will be too busy watching the road like a hawk and going either as fast as possible or as slow as opposed to not get tickets in the little towns. And I think that's the major key to not getting tickets as a truck driver. I don't speed through the little towns, or any town really. No speeding through the towns. Even if I'm impatient, again, we're never in a hurry. I have speed and intensity and I'm trying to get somewhere, still not in a hurry. But yeah, so the first round, with the bailouts. How about you pass me there? The phenomenon of people just slowing down to match the speed of a vehicle they were actually initially attempting to pass is that's spreading, in case anybody's wondering. In fact, I had a vehicle who somehow got to be the very first vehicle to pass, not ever, but in this succession, to pass this huge live load with a police escort. And I guess the people thought, did they think the state trooper was going to leave the police escort and go write them a ticket? It was bizarre. It's like, yeah, I understand there's a cop with his lights on. We can still go 70 and pass this fucking gigantic, wide load with a police escort, taking up 2/3 of the entire roadway. We're now in the passing lane. How about we just pass them? No, we'll just match his speed. Okay, that makes total sense. Let's do that. And then almost everybody now, if I slow down strategically, most folks, unless they're on their way to work, most people now will just immediately slow down as well, which is it's like, hey, I wouldn't slow down if I knew you were going to slow down because I'm trying to make a maneuver. So I guess pretty soon that will no longer be an option, the intentional slowing down. And this is the word of mouthing and the common sense, which is in their mind, well, he's slowing down for a reason, right? It's like, yeah, I am, but I'm a truck driver, so I'm not doing what you're doing, car. This is completely different driving dynamics. And I'm better because I'm driving all the time. Skill is higher. So all I'm doing is driving. Or parked at the truck stop, or hoping to rush into a Walmart, as I did yesterday, to get my shopping did. And I hope you all know I don't talk this way. It's sort of making fun of get my shopping did. Like, yes, I've heard people say that where I am from. So I think it's funny. But yeah, back to the bailouts. Now with this round of mortgage, apocalypse, how many folks are going to lose their homes? How many lost their homes last time? As we know, state of California actually sued Bank of America because Bank of America provably, this is not a conspiracy theory, although most folks have no problem with conspiracy theories these days, most folks, but provably on record, Bank of America fraudulently stole millions of people's homes, millions during the bailout because pizza boys, metaphorical and literal pizza boys, quit delivering pizza pies because they then began to sell mortgages. No kidding. This is what happened in the run up to 08, 09. And then they received a commission. So what happened was basically to expand the mortgage market and then the mortgage-backed securities and all of this. The bottleneck was the amount of qualified borrowers. So then there was a time of uh, so-called ninja loans or liars loans. Oh, you just tell us your income, wink, wink, says the pizza boy who's only concerned with his $500 commission, and he gets it immediately. And then whoever initiates the loan, they then just sell the loan immediately, right? They get a fee. And then whoever bought the loan sells it, and then they take a fee. This is what happened, folks. It probably has continued to happen. So eventually, the largest of the large, like Bank of America, end up with all of these piles of horrible mortgage loans that they say, okay, well, we got a gigantic pile over there. We're almost certain that those are going to default. We got this other pile of about equal size in the middle. It's could go either way. And then we've got a third pile just about the same size, perhaps. Although I guess the sizing might be different. And those we're almost certain will be okay. Although some of the ones we think will fail won't, and then some of the ones we think are a sure bet will fail. Right? This is how a banker thinks. And the ones in the middle probably will be pretty close to 50-50. So then they said, okay, we're going to package all of these loans together into what we call a CDO, or a collateralized debt obligation, because the retirement fund, the school teachers union retirement fund in Kansas is only by law allowed to invest in securities that are AAA rated. So we can't, as it stands, they can't legally be hoodwinked into buying some of these mortgages, right? So how can we legally put and this is just an example of many organizations that ended up with these securities. So how can we fraudulently sell this stuff illegally to the retired school teachers, to the school teachers of Kansas and Iowa's retirement fund, right? Oh, I know. There's a new technology. There's a new financial instrument. It's a mortgage-backed security. See, it's a security. So once it's securitized, that sounds secure. Like that sounds like something a teacher would be into, safety and security. So then we go to the ratings agencies and see they're moral and above board. See, so then they will scrutinize it and give it a AAA rating. These, what is partially just stinking piles of garbage loans, right? They're just complete trash of loans. Literal people in New Orleans whose house has been in their family for generations got cold called. And this is why I could never be a Republican or MAGA, and I would never identify with a party. But this is why I say, if you made me choose, and I would not willingly choose, but if someone somehow compelled me to choose, I'm not choosing Republican. This is why, folks, because Republicans think there's nothing wrong with this. And by the way, this is racist also, for the record, although they don't care when it happens to white people. But this part of it is racist, certainly, just so you know. Okay, we're cold call pizza. We'll have the pizza boys cold call, areas in New Orleans where people living in poverty have owned their own homes for many generations, or at least several. And at the same time, Alan Greenspan, the financial wizard, surely you've heard that name. He worked for the government. At the same time, he was going on national TV and saying Americans would be fools to forego the opportunity to, and then this is the part that's implied in parentheses, they would be foolish to forego the opportunity to use their homes as ATM machines by taking advantage of historically low mortgage rates and then also in parentheses in the form of adjustable rate mortgages. Meanwhile, these people own their home. There was no mortgage on their home. So they took out a mortgage, were convinced to take a mortgage out of, yeah, foolish, I agree, foolish. Are they to blame for the entirety of the subprime mortgage crisis, as the government and the banks assert? Well, absolutely not. Because if not cold called by pizza boys, uh, who only care about making their $500 to $1,000 commission per sale, this never would have happened. They were preyed upon. Predatory loans, see, predatory. And this is the country I live in and you live in, and some are Canadians, but either way, this is the one of the countries on the continent. And make it great again. Right? How about just make it not predatory to the people? We'll start. That sounds great to me. But then again, I'm merely one who's come to recently apprehend that my nature is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level. So, well, yeah, it makes sense to me. I also grasp why it doesn't make sense to most other folks. And then, as we know, there's always a peanut gallery. Our lives are lived individually with an ever-present peanut gallery. So someone might hear me say all of this. I might pull one of the lemmings aside. And then as they begin to sort of identify with the way I'm speaking, because love came to town, and but see, somebody overhears, a passerby overhears, and then here come the what about this and what about that. And it's all questions designed to make the listener hesitant and fearful based on ridicule. Oh no, I might be ridiculed before the peanut gallery. And the fact is, it's not possible to have a proper, what most folks would agree is a proper society, in my estimation, when the individuals who comprise the mass are obsessed with avoiding ridicule that will be directed towards appealing to a peanut gallery who can then point and laugh and say, look at him, he's ridiculous. Which is a coward, by the way. That's a coward knows and understands the right path, and then people point and laugh and say, look, he pissed his pants. Isn't he ridiculous? And then they become ashamed and go right back to doing the things of this realm. Right? They go right back to worshiping death and destruction because they are too cowardly to have a person point at them and say, it harkens back to childhood and the fear of literal pissy pants and the being pointed at and laughed at. And it's the same exact psychological mechanism. It never leaves you as an individual. The only way out is through, right? But that fear is so ever present, and the system knows, well, all I got to do is pissy pants this motherfucker, and he's going right back into cowardice. That's why waking people up is not a thing, by the way. And forgetting about the part where there's ascending layers of false reality. So if a person is in a false reality, it's an error of logic to assume, oh, if I go over there and somehow wake them up, meaning assist them in becoming aware of the falseness of the present reality, now the unthinking bozo just assumes common sense and word of mouthing of everything, by the way. Oh, well, now they're in actual reality. Well, number one, what is that? I don't know that we will even all agree, we meaning, anyone present and participating in the discussion, whether by thoughts or, the discourse or, right, or the ones watching, right. Don't ever become a lay expert in human psychology. Well, maybe do. Maybe that's part of love coming to town. Does love come to town? Question mark. I sort of lost my point there, but I probably need to chill out and not expend quite as much energy this early in the AM. It's going to be I won't call it a long day, but if I'm to accomplish all of what I've been tasked to accomplish, which there will be plan Bs if it's not achievable. But if it's achievable, I aim to achieve it. How about that? Hmm. But something about people being too cowardly individually to do the right thing. See? Oh, the common sensing, by the way. Okay, back to the point. The common sensing of the ascending layers of reality. Oh, we've woken them up. Now they're in direct reality. Now they understand. We've told them that the government's evil and preying upon them, and there's all these conspiracies are true, in fact, or many of them have validity, at least in part. Well, now that they know, their lives they're transformed in this moment. They're a new person, and off they go to the salt mines of reforming dystopia. Well, sure they don't, because the unexamined idea around waking people up is, well, okay, a person's in a false reality. The enemy, right? The cunning enemy, the world's foremost expert in human psychology, if there is a discrete being called Satan, that's my contention. That may just be a force, right? The lowest levels of energy possible, the antithesis of the most super intelligent force of love possible, perhaps. Antithesis, right? No power of creation, power of destruction, perhaps, or at least spirit of destruction. So that force or intelligence, I don't even like to call it intelligence, that cunning and that deceptive, the personification of all things deceptive and fraudulent, says, oh, no, au contraire, I've prepared a seemingly inexhaustible series of layers of false realities. So yes, you've shaken them out of their slumber, and they've gone up one layer of false reality. And then the trap is, of what use would it be to then wake them up again and see them merely ascend to the next level of false reality, as the enemy, supervillain style enemy, just cackles maniacally because his plan is working to perfection. And wouldn't Antichrist's plan work to perfection? If Christ, is referred to, in perfect terms, would not the plans of the Antichrist, the antithesis, wouldn't that also be a perfect trap? Is that an apt description of this heaven or hell realm currently manifesting as a hell realm? A perfect trap, so perfect that even my very creative force, most of my life, unknowingly and knowingly at times, served the force of destruction, while all the while I believe myself to be a so-called good person. How about you? So there's fans I'm a channel of. There's channels I'm a fan of. Ha ha ha. And they say, then now there's comments and maybe the content creators talking about waking people up, and here I am in the comments. Well, that's not a thing. I can explain why if you'd like, but yeah, that's not a thing that exists, or not in the way that you believe possible anyway. So yeah, let's just go ahead and disabuse ourselves of this notion that waking people up is even possible. Number one. Number two, would even achieve what you assume the outcome would be. It won't, by the way, because the assumption is if somebody's asleep on some train tracks with a train approaching, oh well, let's go wake them up. They'll see the train and get off the tracks. Well, what if they just lay there and watch the train run over them? Because because of the fear of the peanut gallery pointing at their pissy pants and ridiculing them. So they're if it involves courage to climb off of the train tracks, then absolutely they will not. No, they will not. They'll just lie there and watch the train run them over. Shame on the mess. 470 east and 28 miles. What the hell is that? I don't know, but we're still on the route. Shout out to Nine in the house. Becoming a bit of a thing over here, right? Bit of a thing. The coffee's still too hot to drink. What a blessing. Curses, the coffee's too hot. Well, easy solution there, sir. Perhaps you could come up with it yourself. You'll stop in 258 miles. Quaker City. We are in Amish country, or at least near it, near to it. All right. Woo! All trucking companies have high turnover for long haul, but then the ones that are in the biggest fat hurry to hire, but who also have, in the case of this company, a good company safety rating. So they're only hiring drivers that meet certain qualifications, such as myself, a certain level of experience, a clean record, all of these things. Pass the background check, which none of this is a given, of course, for many, if not a lot. Well, for a lot of drivers. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm jumping around so much to topics. I did want to finish on the mortgage crisis stuff. So from the perspective of the system, go back 20 minutes. Everything I was talking about with the CDO. Actually, I never even finished on these CDOs. My apologies, audience. So, you got the broad strokes. So now that all of these, so what this allowed the banks to do is take these steaming piles of garbage and combine them with other mortgages of varying quality, and eventually put them into instruments, securities that fraudulently obtained a AAA rating. This is all against the law. So if anybody remembers, all during the bailouts, this talk about regulation and the rules need to be changed, and then the one lone voice, of course, who just got pissy pantsed in the end. They pissy pantsed old Ron Paul, and he's not the solution. He's a tool of the system, of course. So he's like, hey, well, we don't need. And he was in the Congress. He's like, yeah, we don't need regulations and rules. This is illegal because it's a fraud. Like, how about just go by the fraud laws and put these fools in prison? Well, but wait a minute. Those are the people that administer Satan's kingdom. Those are the administrators of this realm of death and destruction, right? On behalf of the actual. I'll be. That's all, folks. By the way, I transcended stuttering by watching my father, who never overcame it. By the way, never fully anyway. I watched him as a child and realized that on some level he could get past this if he chose to. And I also have whatever that is, the stuttering gene, but I never. This is as a child, right? So I never played into it. When it would happen, I would just be like, "Yeah, I just stuttered." That happens every once in a while, like a hiccup. It's basically a hiccup. Oh yeah, I hiccuped. Who cares? But I guess he got pissy pantsed around the stuttering. His dad probably made fun of him. He got pissy pantsed as a child. Anyway, I'm jumping around too much. Focus, Benson. Focus. And this is what, by the way, what I'm describing, this is what people who identify with Donald Trump around memes and feel powerful by extension, this is what they want. This is what is meant by make America great again. Like, no bullshit. So where all of these large financial institutions can directly steal the taxpayers' money in retirements, because that was, and homes, by the way. So what this led to eventually was, as these mortgages got sold down the line before they all ended up at Bank of America and all these other large banks, right? In that process, do you think the pizza boys and the used car salesman types bothered to every step of the way go down to the county clerk and do whatever filing of paperwork needs to happen to make the paperwork legal on the title and the mortgage and the liens? Of course not. And the only reason we know of this is because there were intelligent homeowners who did research and understood, okay, I can't necessarily afford this because my mortgage tripled or whatever, but I can, because I'm angry that I know I was preyed upon as a homeowner, I can force these institutions to go through a legal process of proving that they own my home, right? And what happened was Bank of America said, okay, hold my beer. And they didn't have the document. They generated them fraudulently. And I don't find it funny, but there's something fun about that. They literally generated the paperwork and submitted it to courts. And that's what state of California sued them over. Don't know how successful it was. Probably some version of settlement. So, governor of Illinois, because during the bailouts, he said, well, Bank of America just got 50 billion or whatever in TARP funds and immediately invested it into Chinese financial institutions. And he went, had a press conference and announced, okay, state of Illinois will no longer do business with Bank of America. That very month, he was indicted and eventually sent to federal prison for, quote, selling Obama's Senate seat. How about that? And when questioned about it, he said, I did not do anything wrong. And that's true, because in politics, if I have a seat to grant because Obama just became president, then if I'm the one who appoints the seat, I get something. That's called politics. So in a way, that's correct, sir. Well, you did something wrong. You chose to become a politician and thought you could just do the right thing as governor. You know, how silly of you, Blagojevich, to think you were just allowed to willy-nilly, impugn the banking system of this realm of death and destruction. Are you crazy? And by the way, which Epstein failed to get the underage liaison dirt on old Blagojevich? Or did he just, spiritually, we have to let him refuse. We can't just make him do the underage liaison. So perhaps perhaps the same person who thought he could speak out against the banks also decided to forego the Epstein type activities. I don't know. Who knows? So this is what people want to make it great again, by the way. But in their fantasy, it's like, oh, but the law, it will be a nation of laws. Well, under Trump, it was already not a nation of laws. It's becoming less of a nation of laws, if that was ever a thing. So what are you even oh, but that's right. Somehow people have allowed themselves to become convinced that Donald Trump somehow is a representation in the flesh of Jesus, meaning incorruptible, right? Incorruptible. But yet in the story of the Bible, Jesus, the enemy still attempted to tempt Jesus. Now, some would say, yeah, that was to make a greater point. Well, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, still, the enemy was motivated to give it a shot, right? The enemy, wanting to manifest Antichrist, said, well, maybe we can tempt the real thing, right? Into it. Maybe we can tempt thesis into antithesis, such as, in one of my favorite books, Angela's Ashes, the champion of all pint drinkers in Limerick. And again, this is probably apocryphal, But just one day, somebody said something about him being the champion pint drinker, and then he had an epitome and said, "Well, if I can be the champion of pint drinking, I can also be the champion of no pint drinking." And then the horrified look of the bartender, like, "Now take it easy, you know, that's my business you're talking about." And then the idea that he just left the pub and never touched a pint the rest of his life. Well, of course, the one who can drink the most pints, which is the most extreme possible, of course they can just go directly to the other extreme and drink no pints. What would be the most difficult would be to drink the exact right amount of pints every day, the perfectly balanced amount of pints every day. Maybe one. I don't know. Two on Saturday and none on Sunday. Maybe. Who could say? How is the coffee drinkable with the lid off, but I can't drink it with the lid on? That doesn't make it because of the temperature. That makes no sense. I don't get it. One moment, please. Strict attention being played to the road safety first. See, that's the system. That's Reaganomics, right? What I'm describing, that's trickle down economics. And then via the vacuum of vacuuming out what is supposedly the wealth of the country. Hey, how big of a vacuum hose can we make? Because if helicopter Ben is a thing, the idea of Ben Bernanke showering the country with cash via quantitative easing, well, the opposite of that would also, in fact, exist at some point. Would not the system that's utilizing this seemingly never ending series of boom bust cycles, inflate the bubble, burst the bubble, inflate the bubble, burst the bubble, so much so that now the system talks about managing the contraction or the bursting, right? Now, what happens with every burst? The proletariat has access to less and less, of the ways of basically, the what is supposed to just be a given in an affluent society, right? Access to home ownership, access to driving a car, whether they save up and buy a used one, or maybe eventually are able to have a loan. Uh, you know, Now there's sort of access to that, but it seems to be ever more temporary and fleeting versus the romanticizing of Ozzie and Harriet post-war period, immediate post-war period, as if those were just better, more moral, less degenerated folks. And I'm sure they were in a way, but make no mistake, they were heavily programmed. They lived the Ozzie and Harriet life, the ones who were able to anyway. Many were not. In fact, all of the same social problems existed back then, but were covered up. Oh, don't look over there, swept under the rug as much as possible until eventually that was not possible, right? No longer possible. Just think of the idea of urban decay, right? How many rounds of urban decay is this? Shout out to the Rust Belt, right? We all Rust Belt now. It's that is dystopia, right? That's the shacks next to the mansion. That's the shanty town next to the mansion. That's you know the gigantic gleaming Amazon warehouse. And right next to, or not too far down the road from urban decay, right? That's what this is. That is the Mad Max, by the way. But psychologically, the system understands how to package all of these ideas and to manage individually within the individual to, in real time, manage all of the various processes by proxy so that it's always pushed into the future. Oh, well, it's gonna get bad. Well, I don't know. Seems to me like, you know, millions of people's homes being stolen rather, on record. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm pretty sure I can find many ways to support a contention that, well, it's a version of what people think a Mad Max would be, right? But then, that's the diabolical part of the predictive programming. Even I fell for the Mad Max programming, and in fact, stockpiled for a time, hardware and, all of the accessories to where I was. And there's part of a human, certainly as a male or a man, part of me like desires that, to go dress up like Mel Gibson, right? And, finally get to town and they want me to check my weapons, and it's like, comically, it's 15 minutes of me fucking disarming, right? It's a comic effect. And not 15 minutes, but if anybody remembers that scene from Thunderdome, I believe it was. And, would I have ever achieved, true, what I can only term as, again, I don't know. I know what I've experienced, but I will always be on the lookout for maybe I'm just scratching the surface, and perhaps I am, of these notions around self-realization, but I've at least, scratched the surface, minimal. And I mean at the level of mind, body, and spirit. I've intellectually, I've grasped a lot of those notions for many years, but it's not possible to achieve self-realization, knowledge of self, solely through an intellectual means. So I'm not sure I ever would have gotten there if I hadn't gotten rid of all of that hardware. Is that some sort of asking ye shall receive, versus, okay, well, we see what he's, he, on the one hand, he seems to be, honoring a certain spiritual ideal, but then, so why is he, arming for a literal war here? What is this? Which is it, sir? Spiritual warrior, or you just want to go out here and put holes in things in the physical, and then, lie to yourself that you did that for spiritual reasons? Oh, really? Now it's the judgment. Oh, really? You want us to believe you went out and put all those holes in people for a spiritual war? Oh, all right. Well, I'm not sure that's if that's what you're selling, I'm not sure we're buying, sir. That's the forget the peanut gallery. That's the whatever group that would be comprised of, or maybe it's just the one force of super intelligent love, right? Either way, that's what I'm concerned with being observed by, right? And not in a guilt and shame manner, but in a, hey, I need to be able to explain myself. If there's any splaining to do at the end of whatever all of this is going to be, hopefully there's an end. But and I mean that in the specific context, because there's not an end to what I am. My essence cannot end. The most super intelligent force of love possible. It cannot die. It cannot be killed. It cannot be convinced to kill itself. Right? It has always been here. It will always be here. And I don't even know what I mean by here. It cannot not exist. The antithesis, the spiritual war of this realm, is to assert that, well, it can be made to appear to not exist, at least right over there in that realm of death and destruction called that's referred to as Earth. Right? over yonder, I am the antithesis of the most super intelligent force of love possible. And I'm in the process of showing my work on paper and having an example to point to. But it's hard work trying to get to where every single human simultaneously, via their creative force, turns their back on the most super intelligent force of love possible, aka their true nature, their master in a way, and chooses whether knowingly or unknowingly to serve destruction, the epitome of death and destruction. At which point, the buzzer can be sounded, and the enemy, the antithesis, can go, "I did it," and then appeal via legalese. That's what's happening here. Why? I don't really know why. I have my suspicions, many suspicions actually. Must have woke this truck up in front of me. I rolled right up on him, and as soon as I started to pass, found myself unable to pass. And now he slowed back down for some reason. I don't know what he's doing. It's like, buddy, why not just let me pass? Could have just not sped up in the first place. Some people do try to play sheriff of the road, though, and just decide, how everybody's supposed to be behaving. Attempt to enforce that. Maybe he just doesn't know how to drive. That's also an option. We're going anywhere between 60 and 70. So I guess I'll just go 70 and wait for him to go 60. Anyway. Oh, good. 2.5 miles to the exit. He did me a favor, see? That fella did me a favor. Blessing / curse, you know. Is it a curse or a blessing? Or a little bit of both? Thank you, sir, for the reminder. Also, part of not getting a ticket for speeding is don't accidentally go 80 down a hill in 65, which this truck will do if I'm not paying attention. I'll look down and the speed limit the dashboard will say 80. All this rushing around this morning, though, my little bit of complaint from my stomach on that. But I was not willing to forgo the egg drink. .470 East, Bel Air, and then Washington, Pennsylvania. We're going to go through 3 tunnels, I believe, later on. If memory serves. Another thing I'm noticing with people's driving that's happening a lot is in these cities. I'm often on some sort of freeway bypass, interstate bypass. And when traffic, when a bunch of different roads come together and people are having to merge into different lanes and all of this, just like I have to get over at a certain point. it's not like panic time, but just a lot of cars, they have to know that I'm like my signal's on, like they have to know that I have to get over. And I just don't think they care anymore. It's just like, that's your problem, buddy. Like, I'm here and I'm doing what I'm doing. You know, I'm driving a car. You're the one dumb enough to drive a big rig, apparently. So eventually it's just like, all right, well, it's air horn city. And then now they get out of my way, right? It's like just right beside me. And I can't speed up and pass them. I can't slow down and get behind them. It's like, so half the time it's like, okay, I guess I'll just put as much of my trailer in your lane as I can and get on the air horn and see what happens. I'm taking this fucking exit up ahead. I don't know what to tell you, but like I promise you that I will be taking that exit if it's up to me. We got a job to do, and I won't bully. I don't. Some people will bully, you know, be a bully with the big rig. I won't do that, but it's like if I gotta get over, I gotta fucking get over. So they're making me do that, you know. Victim blaming, by the way. Now if they want to be victims, now I'm blaming victims. I think that might be the popo right there. Might be the popo. Seeing if somebody's going to come cruising through here at a high rate of speed. Yep, that's the state popo. I guess we're still in Ohio. That looked like Ohio popo. So what people who talk about make America great again, it's really like, you know, in a way it would be a rebooting of the Ozzie and Harriet period. So the way that works is all they care about is we want to be the ones who get to have a return, or we want to enjoy the immediate post-war period, metaphorically of, you know, we just want to work a job and get a decent wage, right? So that's very selfish for themselves, because as we see, you know, that does eventually, it just leads right back to everything I'm talking about with these mortgages and more. So what we're seeing now is a whole bunch of more people are now losing their homes. Even more are going to lose their homes. This, by the way, is the Klaus Schwab idea, the World Economic Forum idea. You will own nothing and you will be happy. See, Americans and people don't even know what that means. I know what that means. That's subscription-based services. And it's even beyond that. It's actually diabolical, because I watch certain content creators and I don't even know why I'm watching them. So when you listen to me on here, if I drop a gem every once in a while by putting together a bunch of concepts that may not seem to connect initially. So I heard Mike Andes, he's that midget, you know, and again, I don't mean this pejoratively. He's a little person, you know. There's a formula for a little person. He's a little person. Again, don't say this to make fun of him. He's diminutive. It's fine, you know. And so he's on YouTube. He might hit your feed because he's started this franchise of lawn care businesses. And then he's branching out into like all of home services. He's getting into software, the software side of the business. So this is one of those people who's going to start it at age 16 or whatever, the process of making himself as wealthy as possible, right? But like so-called self-made, although his parents are probably wealthy to some extent, but who knows? Neither here nor there. There's at least somebody who's, you know, went out and mowed some lawns, perhaps, right? Perhaps. It doesn't even matter. So I'm listening to him one day, and he goes in and turns around these businesses by basically just very politely and in a very nice way, as the son of a pastor who considered going into into that line of work. You know, he's able to communicate to them, hey, this is fucking stupid what you're doing here, but without ever, you know, coming across as negative or whatever. But yeah, like, this is basically your own bozo decisions are running you out of, not you, the listener, but my apologies. Now I'm doing that thing that I don't like. But so he's telling this to the person who's, you know, has gone out and into the lawn mowing business or whatever, and is now like in debt up to their eyeballs and is in fact not making any money. But because, again, they can't tell the difference between revenue and profit or a loss. It's just, oh, money comes in, money goes out. Okay, yeah, that's not necessarily a job. I mean, I'm sorry, a business. And in fact, I'm not sure we've ever seen that skate and destroy user ever since he mentioned his business. And I said, well, are you sure you're in business or did you just buy yourself a job? And I don't know that we've ever seen him again because I understand enough about business to realize like that is possible because I see Mike Andes show up and talk to these folks and all they're doing is going out and busting their ass 12 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. And in fact, not making losing money, losing money. How about that? Which many business people are happy to do because are they really going to take that L when somebody might point and go, ha ha, and pissy pants them because now they've had to go back to a regular job and look how much of their identities had been invested in. I'm a businessman. My own dad was that way. I'm a business. I'm an entrepreneur. My dad, uh, living in poverty on fucking dating apps. I saw his profile over his shoulder. It said entrepreneur. I said, motherfucker, I said, you're lying on dating apps. What are you doing, sir? You're not an entrepreneur. Like you were, you're not now. You're not an entrepreneur. That's a definition, sir. That's not you. What are you doing? Well, that's his identity. That's who he is. Oh, West Virginia. Yeah. How about we've forgotten completely the existence of Tommy's place of birth? We're briefly in West Virginia. And part of the reason I did not go all the way to the truck stop that was another hour of driving is I misremembered what these roads are like. Actually, now that we're down to one lane, this would have been a nightmare to try to do yesterday afternoon anyway. So I made the right choice overall to lay up, as it were, in a golf parlance. But anyway, back to the Mike Andes. So he's to solve somebody's problem because they do have assets. Whether maybe the assets is just a lot of people view them favorably and want them to come to their house and do work or whatever. So at a certain point, Mike Andes, and this is a long fucking story to make a simple point. What should be a simple point about Klaus Schwab and you will own nothing and you will be happy. So now Mike Andes is making the case for how about you just tell them we're going to put you on $100 per month year round. And then in exchange for a subscription service, I'm going to give you these services. And then if you sign up today, you'll get some sort of a bonus or something attractive. And we're going to ACH, we're going to bank draft $199.95 a month. And Mike Andes let it slip while he's trying to convince the business owner, right, or buyer of a job, in this case, he's convincing them because he says he says when you get people on subscription, it increases the enterprise value of your business, right? And that's attractive in the future for various reasons. And then this is my value to the audience, among others. I had an epiphany. I said, oh, that's what Klaus Schwab meant when he said, you will own nothing and you will be happy, because that's what these corporations need you to do. They need you to, instead of purchasing products directly, what's better for them in the long run is to get everybody on subscription service to increase the enterprise value of these corporations so that they can do even greater, more sophisticated shenanigans, right? Shenanigans in the financial markets with the financial instruments and such. Thought I saw a car coming. Might have been hallucinating. Yeah, it was just a light. Now I'm in the wrong lane with the flashers on. We was on the hill climb. Now we're on the descending the hill. This road is fucked. Greatest country on earth. Well, not the roads, surely. You don't mean the roads. It's really unacceptable, honestly. But just to vote the right people in, ha ha ha, Biden's poopy diaper. That has to be why the roads are shameful. That's why the roads are in such a shameful state. So, and if you look at how the system, the brainwashing and just the system and the psychological controls, things that should be shameful are not shameful. Why is it not shameful that this is the condition of the roads in America? Shouldn't that be shameful? I mean, why wouldn't it be? Would you want, if your best friend, you met somebody from another country that you really liked and you wanted them to like your country, and then you get in a car and drive around on this, right? It's like, what? It's not so bad in a car, but I mean, come on. If somebody, if politics was real, somebody would have figured out by now to just get in a big rig and drive down a certain stretch of interstate on camera being interviewed or whatever. And then, the candidate, could have their own CDL and all this. I mean, that's all it would take. And then just blame it on the opposition. That's how dumb Americans are, by the way. If politics was real, that stuff like that would get people elected. And then eventually just the roads would have to be in proper condition, right? They're not. Almost anywhere. Some places, they're halfway decent. Some places. Then you go to Florida and it's like, wow, why is it not like this everywhere? And then people say, well, the snow. It's like, well, not everywhere. Like Arkansas's roads are fucked and it's not from snow and ice, but Mississippi. But then furthermore, like, yeah, it'll cost more to keep them in proper condition because it's still possible, right? Or I don't know, build 2 roads, right? We'll drive on one, and by the time the other one's done being built, we will have destroyed this one, and then just move everybody over there, right? But so Klaus Schwab, being one of the mouthpieces for, and an administrator of the system, working directly for the chief commander, if that's a thing, understands. Klaus Schwab understands well this system that my boss is, owning and operating. Right. This is what Klaus Schwab would say. Has psychological control of the populace, and that system is about to be operated to where they're not going to own much of anything, meaning they're not going to own their home, they're not going to own their car, right? It's all going to be subscription services, right? And it is not rent a fucking subscription service in a way, right? How many of these apartments, there has to be apartments that more or less do everything in their power to sign you up for an auto pay, right? I'm assuming, unless that's not legal. Yeah, here's the TA up here. Yeah, this would have been a nightmare to try to. I wouldn't have ran out of time, but, well, if there's a wreck, I wouldn't have. That's another thing. So my instincts were correct. So I'm just now to that truck stop that I thought about making it to yesterday. Would have set me up better for today, but that's all right. still the correct choice overall, I would say. Would have been a gamble. The hill climbing again. And the intelligent, the savvy, the motivated, smaller business person like Mike Andes, a lot of what he does is seeing what works for the big boys and then doing as much of it as he's able to do, right? While always watching which way the wind is blowing. So, Klaus Schwab says you will own nothing and you will be happy. Right? Well, that has to mean something in a business sense. It's the World Economic Forum, and that's them announcing to you that you are under psychological control. We know you are, and you are going to be processed into this new system of. And where does it start? It starts with I give Amazon a monthly fee because I've been ordering, conveniently ordering to Amazon lockers. So that those subscriptions makes Amazon as a corporation more valuable. Now they have something to point to say, actually, our company would have been worth X or Y. Now it's worth X. And the way finances work, the system goes, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. And that's how people don't understand Enron. Enron happened because Harvard MBAs and other, highfalutin types who think they're fucking geniuses came up with newfangled, accounting technologies, or took accounting technologies from other industries and then said, okay, well, we're just going to do the same thing, mark-to-market accounting, but we're going to do it in oil and gas. And in order to do that, at a certain point, they went and argued to the government and said, well, here's why we believe it's legal. Here's why we think it's actually the proper way to do things. And eventually somebody at the government says, oh, okay, that's fine, and signs off on it. But of course, initially, the first person is like, well, you can't do that. And then, they just keep on. It's like, okay, well, how about we'll just keep trying. And eventually somebody just rubber stamps it. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Go for it. As I crash into gigantic potholes, risking the opening of my fridge, which doesn't quite close correctly. I think I tried to make a point about trucker turnover earlier, but that's okay. It is a good sign that I'm at least remembering the points I failed to make later on, right? That's got to be a sign of something. Or validation. And then just, I'm also in talking to this, the Congolese fella at the truck stop. We had the heated discussion that turned into a very good, conversation. And, I won't even get back into characterizing the discussion, but, from talking to him, him having some level of spiritual attainment and all of this, but then recognizing that he's choosing to view business in very specific ways, almost as if that's somehow like the part of the life purpose of humanity is to, be involved in business. And at a certain point, I just said to him, like, I don't remember anything from the Bible about Jesus more or less telling us to all go into business. Because at a certain point, he's just talking about his life and where he's going in life. And he's doing it to give his kids a certain type of life. Like, I get that part of it. But that doesn't then mean, and how much projection do individuals do of like, okay, well, maybe that is part of his purpose and he's discovered it. That says nothing about me or anybody else. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I wasn't sitting here to, enrich businesses, right? Are we picking up a hitchhiker back there? Can't quite tell. Maybe. Got another exit in 58 miles. All right, now we're starting to beat the GPS's prediction of when we shall arrive. Still cutting it close potentially though. Once you factor in the fuel stop, then I'll have to stop. Driver stops. I have way less people racing me to the lane ending though, with all the signs saying merge, right lane ends, merge left. There was a time when if there was somebody behind me, almost 100% of the time, they would then try to race to the merge point, which I just find bizarre. It's a strange thing. That hasn't happened. Funny how these phenomena sort of. Welcome to Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring, it says. All right. Interesting. Because the system knows that the exact same human being will drive a car and will choose to ride behind this big rig. But then if I am coming up to the lane, we're going to go one lane. And if I, with the body language of the big rig, sort of clue them into early, then that same person who was content to just choose to follow behind the big rig will then begin to have a sense of, oh my God, I'm about to be stuck behind a big rig in a construction zone. That's horrible. And then may, in fact, do everything they can to try to pass me at the last second. And the system knows that's the same person. And the system absolutely knows exactly what to do to manipulate that person into what? Owning nothing and being happy. And see, it sounds so ridiculous, people can't even really process it. It's just really it's kind of a joke. It's like, yeah, it's a joke it is happening, by the way, and has happened already to some extent, and will continue to happen. These cars try to figure out what they want to do. Are we really going to make traffic? There's no reason for this, folks. Let's not make traffic. Making me work. Oh, I got paid already. They're running my fucking ass off last few years. I can say that. So, the Republican, the MAGA, the Trump thing, that's all dead on arrival. And, I would have thought, folks could realize that. And, you know, I'm still, just to this day, I'm astonished by how strongly people in the so-called truth community identify with the concept of a Donald Trump. Uh-oh, blue lights up ahead. Now everybody's going to have to rubberneck. It doesn't look like it's on my side, but this is something else that I find quite off-putting about humanity. So, yeah, I will take a look. I'm not going to fucking slow down to try to see what's going on. It's like there's a fairly limited range of things that this could be, But yes, let's please just all slow down on the other side of the interstate for no fucking reason. And sometimes people get killed because everybody slammed their brakes on to rubberneck. There's a crash on this side and somebody dies, and everybody pretends to love their family. Well, slowing the fuck down on an interstate to try to see at fucking nighttime what's going on the other side of the road, that's the opposite of loving one's family. It's the opposite of loving one's family, because it's in the idea that, well, we love other people's families. Well, except for the behavior at times might lead to the death of somebody's family member. So do we really love families? Is America really supposed to be about the nuclear family and just this bond, this familial bond, right? It's like, yeah, well, maybe I never had it in some ways. In other ways, I did, right? That's fine, but I suspect it's never, ever been what people said it was. And because maybe they got sold a bill of goods, and then they can't admit that, well, it's not that great. And I'll tell you how I figured this out in part was when I first adapted to homelessness and chose to live out of a backpack and travel the country for all those years. Every single one of my relatives in their own way conveyed to me and never had children. So it's not that I went out and did the traveling. It's that I never experienced the part of life that would have prevented me from choosing to live that way for a time. Meaning I'm the only one who never made another me, right? There is no mini Benton that I know of. Ha ha ha. And when they saw me, once we all were, getting into our late 20s, into our 30s, my sisters, and then also my parents to some extent, began to, see that, oh, well, actually, we could have made different choices in life, right? We could have. And here's Benton, here's Jason out here living his best life in some ways. And it's only possible because he never made a child. And then here I am detecting that now they're jealous and envious. And at a certain point, I finally figured it out. And I was like, well, wait a minute. They're kind of treating me like, they're jealous. And I said, actually, shouldn't y'all feel bad for me? If this is, and this is where I sort of rub their noses in it. I'm like, well, if this is the highest fulfillment possible in life, why don't y'all feel bad that I'll never know it, most likely? How come when I mention to this day that I don't have kids, every once in a while somebody's like, oh, well, you still can. It's like, what are you talking? What? Like, well, yeah, why would I? What do you even mean by that? But, huh? But, it's at least an acknowledgement that I may in fact be missing out. And yeah, I'm certain there's some families where there's just great love and there's this wonderful bond. But I also see a lot of evil and horrible and just nightmares coming out of families also, right? Blessing / curse. It's all blessings. It's all curses. But just the social contract notion around just everybody loves their family. It's like, well, and then by extension, sort of, safety first and all of this be safe is in part based upon you don't want to accidentally cause the death of somebody's loved one, right? It's really not even about the person so much as you wouldn't want to be responsible for the death of the loved one, but then people that love them are still here. Well, people that will at least pretend to have loved them, who may have treated them like complete garbage, and now will only say how they were wonderful and great to be around. And it's like, okay, well, so you're telling me there's no shitheads? Because when I die, I'd rather whoever's left just tell the motherfucking truth. Yeah, he's a fucking asshole. It's hard to deal with. We didn't like being around him half the time, but he also had these positive traits. More driving. They're making us drive today. We're actually having to pay attention to what we're doing. Can you believe that? I can't. So, but see, and this is part of why dystopia can never be reformed, is because the individuals who comprise the mass, they cannot connect the rubbernecking with the death of a loved one. They cannot make that proper connection of, wait a minute, my behavior in this moment, statistically, some small, tiny percentage of the time kills somebody's loved one, directly kills them. But see, it doesn't feel that way. So the person is not able to logically and use reasoning and deductive reasoning and all of this. They can't ever get to that place. It's simply not possible. But then the expectation is, well, we just got to wake them up and make them see how dire things are, and they will just boldly and with courage reform dystopia. No, they won't. No, they will not. That's nonsense. And I won't stand for it, just like I won't stand for, not on my watch with the Donald Trump stuff. Oh, but we're laughing and smiling and making jokes, and there's memes. Oh, and that's all covering up. And you know who I'm talking about here. The Trump lovers in the so-called truth community. And y'all know who I'm talking about, right? By the way, if somebody just wants to repudiate Biden's poopy diaper, yeah, I mean, I think that's stupid too. But, do people not see the psychological control built into this? Because a Republican has no problem with the roads being in such a state of disrepair, as long as they can laugh and make fun of the Democrats and blame it on them. They have no problem with the government and the banks stealing millions of people's homes, as long as they can, as long as, well, that was Republicans in name only. That was W. Bush done all that. It was Bush's done Enron and on their watch. And well, but then, okay, the system, surprise, surprise, it happened at the end of W. Bush. And okay, here come Obama, and most people will actually associate the bailouts with Obama. Just like, look at the fake pandemic. Oh, Trump, well, in some way, that the things that began to happen when Trump became president, that did at least temporarily benefit, Americans such as myself. But of course, it got subverted and thwarted in the end. But then it was like, yeah, well, Trump was in the process of this was the first term. Trump was in the process of fixing everything, but he gets a pass for not fixing it because then the pandemic. So he gets the pandemic pass. And the fact that folks aren't able to, what I find interesting is that folks aren't able to interface with all of this as it's happening in the ways that I can just see it happening. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm able to interface with all of that in real time. Yeah, I see what's happening here. Absolutely. Am I getting passed back, or is this a different truck? 55. Also, part of not getting tickets is, yeah, I could go 70 through here, but it's now 55. So, no, it's a different truck, thankfully. Once I pass a truck, it's my duty to not do things to cause them to pass us later on down the road. Glad that was not the truck I passed. He's just going to go 70. It's like, that's fine, but he's going to get a ticket at some point. And then if he ever wants to take a year off, and God forbid, that's a local driver, but God forbid he ever wants to, okay, he's slowing down. He got the memo. But if he was just to go 70 through here, you know, like, well, you're not going to take an entire year off and go sleep in a car, sir, and then go right back to work in long haul. Not with that behavior. But you see how I'm connecting the one thing to the other thing. See, I'm connecting my driving record to my ability to fuck off and sleep in a car in LA for 6 months. That's what I decide I need to do. And then most likely still be employable. In fact, might still hit and run this company. I could just work 3 months and quit. And as long as I don't job hop, it's beginning to look like somebody will take me when I come back. As long as I keep my record clean.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
So the major point of what I'm making is the Ozzie and Harriet, the post-war, black and white TV period, that, and by the way, the 50s is when, that's when Americans, fell in love with television, by the way. That was the 1950s. And, color TV was a luxury, right? Or became a luxury. At some point, I'm going to the dentist because my teeth are hurting. They're becoming sensitive to the hot and cold. Anyway, it's all right. Probably part of aging anyway. But remember, Gen X is forever young, and that's absolutely the case. I heard a Gen Xer refer to, and millennials are probably, he might have been a millennial, but it's still kind of the same thing, probably. It's just this idea that, when we get up, when we're old, it's like, you're already old, motherfucker. What are you talking about? When? Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but oh, that's an exit. Never mind. Almost got in the wrong lane. To me, true knowledge is it's knowledge of self. But so to develop oneself, to be able to properly critique and categorize the dystopia, to realize that, in some way, if I want to refer to true knowledge outside of myself, right, or to be able to apply it outside of myself, is to be able to realize that all that the post-war period in America was, that's what the system needed people to do. It wasn't people arm in arm enjoying their lives, although it was to some extent, but it wasn't, we're just, yay, we're awesome, and we're great, and we're moral, and we go to church, and we work hard, and, we make some business people wealthy, and some of us become wealthy, and, all of this. It wasn't that. The system, in order to achieve what the system needed to achieve, that was a means to an end for the system. The system has no problem with evil, destruction, death has no problem with, people enjoying themselves and living a certain type of life. Meanwhile, I almost remember the 70s. I have a few memories of the 70s, believe it or not. And I would say I came online, it was 1980, and Mount St. Helens was on television. That's really when seems like I started, forming, memories in my brain coming online or whatever. Right about 1980. So I remember the entirety of the motherfucking 1980s. every year of the 80s and the 90s. And when people want to go back and romanticize that period, a lot of stuff sucked about the 80s and 90s. A lot of stuff was horrible about the 80s and 90s. Objectively horrible. Okay. You think inflation's bad now? It's not any worse than 1980 was. Did you know the all-time high of gas prices was 19 motherfucking 80, adjusted for inflation? And that 1977, in order to get the, now he is passing us back. You know, I am failing, getting passed back. Part of that is my truck won't fucking climb a hill. But anyway, that's all right. Doesn't really matter. Probably distracted. Probably not driving properly because I'm allowing myself to be distracted. But either way, it's not going to matter. We're driving. It's a 7-hour drive, so it ain't going to matter.
Reduce speed.
So I know that the way things are currently, absolutely always is the way the system needs things to be. So the system, at a certain point, it, to serve its own purposes, Ozzie and Harriet society was, you know, staunchly against something like pornography, right? But why? Are you telling me that the system, the same system that, it's the same system, by the way, the same system that promoted, you know, not having pornography now promotes pornography? Like, why is that? Because that's what serves the system at this point in time. So when it didn't serve the system, the people behaved in ways that are now viewed as less immoral or more moral. And what I'm saying is that's an error of thinking to then say, well, those were more moral people. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Those exact same people would be just like the people are now, given these circumstances. They would be exactly the same. They wouldn't say, well, where's my smock and my apron and, you know, my Susie Homemaker attire. They wouldn't say that. And what do you mean go to work? I'm a stay-at-home mom. What are you talking about? They would very quickly just become like the women who are here now. Very quickly. Very quickly would just turn directly into that. They would not strongly identify. They would no longer continue to strongly identify with, you know, the man is the breadwinner. They stay at home and take care of the kids in the house. Very quickly, you would see that fall by the wayside. How do I know? Because that's what happened. Very quickly, it fell by the wayside the moment that that's what the system needed for it to do. So now that I've proven that to myself with logic, that's a technology that I can then use to apply to other aspects of the realm. And then will it be wrong some of the time? Of course, because there's always exceptions to everything. I'm playing the odds. I don't need it to be true 100% of the time. And the peanut gallery, the people who will be swayed via ridicule, and the peanut gallery will just say, well, what about the times you're wrong? And I'm like, yeah, who cares? I'm doing betting trials. So if I do 100 betting trials and 85 times I win, guess what? I don't give a fuck that I lost 15 times. Because now are you implying it's possible to operate properly? Because in order for this assertion to be valid, it would now see, I'll see your ridicule and I'll raise you this bit of ridicule. Are you now suggesting to me that it's possible to play perfectly? Now, what I would suggest is that many folks will allow the system to communicate with them based on a notion that maybe it is possible, right, to play perfectly, but only when that serves the system for people to be, sort of humiliated and shamed for not, for just, that's just me admitting that I'm not capable of perfectly playing over time, by the way. That's just me acknowledging, yeah, I will fuck up some of the time. So what? Is the expectation perfect performance? Well, if it is, let me disabuse you of that notion, right?
Reduce speed.
I really can't, bitch. I can't reduce speed because now all the trucks I passed are passing me back, and I'm being quite rude to them by listening to you tell me to slow down, by the way. And realistically, there's not even any cops out here right now to give us tickets. Anyway, pardon me. And, I accept that the chances of my fellow humans developing their own minds in the ways I'm describing, it's effectively impossible. And in fact, most people will not even acknowledge that I'm able to perform in ways logically that they can't perform on them. They just simply lack the ability to perform on those levels. But they do have the potential to develop that part of themselves, but they don't want to. And in fact, the system holds them back because of advertising and how advertising functions psychologically, because the system is operating them by proxy, right? And is operating me by proxy some of the time, certainly. I acknowledge that. And so to answer Yurt, what I heard of Yurt, Brother Austin, if he ever listens, or maybe somebody could tell him, to answer something I heard him say on one of his streams, he more or less was calling me out, as far as I could tell, around basically like, what good does it do to continually, talk about being under MK Ultra mind control if in fact one is still under MK Ultra mind control? I would say, well, I would point one to the writings of Jiddu Krishnamurti, or actually even the Tao. I'm getting some of my readings incorrect here. Some of my grasp of some of these Eastern writings, and I'm certain that Yurt has read some of it as well, probably as much as I have, that, and I believe it was Krishnamurti. My understanding of Krishnamurti's material is it's not a problem. The problem is not that the person's under MK Ultra mind control. It's that they're unknowing / unwilling to accept that they are under MK Ultra mind control. Because the moment I am willing to accept and comprehend on some level that I am under MK Ultra mind control, now I have something that I'm able to work with. So that's the answer to your whataboutism. If you ever hear this, that's your answer, sir. And probably I need to be reminded, because I am arrogant and love the smell of my own farts enough in certain ways to just float off into space and forget myself in those ways. Right.
Reduce speed.
I shan't. The road might.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
Now I am wondering, as they run me, as I yesterday I dropped a load. Goodness, I got to learn new terminology. I dropped and hooked at a large corporation facility, and it's the rare time when I dropped a loaded trailer and picked up a loaded trailer from the same facility. And I've often wondered in truck driving,
Reduce.
why is this so rare of a phenomenon? Right? You know, why am I at, and especially as a rookie with Schneider, okay, why am I spending an hour and a half on an empty trailer search when I'm at a facility that almost certainly has a motherfucking loaded trailer that I probably would fit within my hours of service, right? Like, what even is this? But then also, uh,
Reduce speed.
see, the nagging voice always wins in the end, right? Like, I'm just going to slow down, and if the load's late, that's what I'm going to tell the company. But it's not going to be late. But if I'm on time, I'm late. See how that works. Anyway, all right, bitch, you win. And she's being a bitch. If anybody would, you know, not like that terminology. I mostly use it as a term of endearment. Anyway, what was I on about? Oh, truck driving. So the lady that started with me lives in Dayton, Ohio, and you know has a lot of experience and presumably a clean record, and you know probably had a little bit a bigger choice of companies than I did, perhaps. Although who knows? And so I think part of her going back to long haul is that, and the industry certainly wants to try to bring back as many people as possible who've gone on to other things. Well, she's a grandmother from, I think, Louisiana. Oh, that's right. She's from Louisiana. So, okay, I don't think she's quit, but I'm starting to think, I wonder if she quit and that's why they've got me on these runs I've been doing lately, because maybe, you know, this is all freight. This is how they got her to work there. Is they said, well, we have, you know, we got a lot of drop and hook freight at this one corporation in Dayton because she wants to get home to the grandbabies. And that's really her only, she apparently, you know, enjoys the job otherwise, from what I can tell. You know, it's the got to get home to the grandbabies. And then, you know, every company is going to be like, oh, yeah, lots of home time. But then, is that really the case or not? But then I'm remembering now that she's from Louisiana, and we got a message this morning. I had a message on the tablet, and it said, by the way, something I never do, but I'm almost the only time I'm not legally parked at the end of my shift is when I've had a breakdown. It's the only time I'm not legally parked. Almost always between two yellow or white lines, by the way, a fucking parking space, a truck parking space. Every once in a while in a parking lot or behind a food line. Not that often. Even that is not. So I got a message that said, do not park, and they mean overnight. Do not park overnight on the side of the road or an on-ramp in Louisiana. You will get a failed inspection. So I don't know if that was her or not, but I thought that was funny. And I just thought to myself, yeah, I would never do that, of course. The only time I ever spent the night on an off ramp, I was broke down, and in the morning, the sheriff was out there having all the big rigs that were left towed, and I ran over, and I guess the DOT man was there too, maybe, and I ran over and was like, "Hey, I'm broke down." They said, "Yeah, that's fine. Just put your flashers on and put your fucking triangles out." But these fools are getting towed. Like, all right, man, have a good day. But you know that southern, that deep south mentality. You know, we got to go. We got to do a certain number of inspections. Well, we'll just you know, we'll go up to them on the side of the road. You know, we don't want them parking there anyway. We want them at the truck stop. So, because truck parking is associated with crime. The police associate that with prostitution. And I'm sure it does attract the prostitutes historically. Sure it does. Yeah. In order to have to pay a certain amount of insurance for the carrier, my carrier that I work with has a nagging female voice preventing me from driving. I would be driving faster, but that voice has harassed me. Now, when I'm listening to my earbuds, I'm able to just ignore the voice. But when I'm trying to do a lecture or a discourse, uh, I'm annoyed by the voice. So we'll just go slow. How about that? Now we're back to getting there at 8:07 according to the GPS. So whatever time we made up, we created for ourselves is now lost. But that's okay. Not too worried about that. And then, in an information age with all of these psychological, the system certainly understands by now there's certain things about me. Like, why doesn't the trucking company have access to, you know, uh, he will never oversleep, meaning if he needs to hit the road by 1 a.m., he will never sleep past 1 a.m. It's just it will never happen, right? Like, there's certain things that other truckers will do that I just it will never happen one time, you know? Why can't there be an app or a database and it's like, yeah, here's this rare driver, but then part of him never doing these things that we don't want him to do or that are inconvenient for us, there's these other things that we might want him to do that he'll just never do, right? So it's like, pick your fucking poison. Because I can tell them until I'm blue in the face I don't have a life and I don't take home time. They don't believe me until I show them. They don't believe me. And then now I'm gonna I have to go to Arkansas next month. So then it's gonna look like, oh, okay, well, the guy who says he doesn't take home time is now taking home time, 5 weeks into the job or whatever. I don't know what to tell you. I have to go there. It must happen. But then it's like, why? And then when I give them the reasons, oh, you can do all that by mail. No, you can do all that by mail. They never let me do any of that by mail. So I don't know what to tell you. Absolutely not. Every man hath not the same office. Like, yeah, you can do everything by mail or by phone. I can't. I have to drive my happy ass to Arkansas. So it is what it is.
Reduce speed.
California. What? Sign says California. Is that a town? Oh, California University of Pennsylvania. What the fuck? Interesting. Never heard of that. Could you please get away from me, little four-wheeler? Thank you. Oh, I forgot to get washer fluid. Now I get to see the message reminding me that I'm low on fluid. You were just at a truck stop, bozo.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
But yeah, that was real nice yesterday. And something's going on in Dayton, Ohio, man. A lot of these horrible, horrific cases involving small children are coming out of Dayton, Ohio. Now, part of that is, content creators, having the resources and knowing, maybe it's easier to get all the particulars of maybe the interrogation recordings are better. They can get the body cam, whatever, but maybe it's cheaper. I don't fucking know. But just on what was going on in the shipping office at this major corporation was bizarre to me. The way locals were talking to each other, and the attitude of the lady. It wasn't a bad attitude. It was just definitely undertones of evil, or at least danger, and just a general like life is cheapness I was detecting as an anthropologist, as some version of a lay anthropologist, sociologist, and psychologist. I did appreciate the direct communication of the lady that assisted me.
Reduce speed.
She's quite intelligent, so that goes a long way with me. A person who's able to hold up their side of a conversation,
Reduce speed.
as brief as it may be. And also, she did not care for the cut of my jib as a, just as a man or whatever, which
Reduce.
I actually kind of respect from women. As long as they still treat me well, like, because ultimately that's not that I'm entitled to be treated, but again, a modicum of proper treatment goes a long way, right? It's like, I don't treat, a lady that I'm not attracted to is, I'm still going to treat her well as long as she's treating me well, right? But I definitely could detect that she wanted no parts of whatever my particular, it wasn't an attraction thing. It was just I have a personality, and I know that, in some ways I'm attractive, and most of these bozos aren't. But that doesn't mean I'm her flavor, right?
Reduce speed.
And this is what men are oblivious to that I've really taught myself to be. There's all this subtle stuff in there with this female communication.
Reduce speed.
West Virginia's out of its fucking mind, by the way. They'll just dump you right into an interstate. If you think you're going to merge onto an interstate in a city in West Virginia, they'll just dump you right into that motherfucker, which is what happened to a car back there. So.
Reduce speed.
It's a loud ass train horn.
Reduce speed.
Sometimes these trucks have train horns. Is that a trucker? Is that the guy behind me? That would be funny. I don't think it is, though. I think it was an actual train. Just went over some train tracks, I'm almost certain. It's like, yeah, man, it's speed limit's 45, sir. I'm not going a tick over 60. I don't know what to tell you. Actually, not going a tick over 55.
Reduce speed.
Sign say 45, we going 50. Oh, now it's 55.
Reduce speed.
But yeah, all that subtle, very subtle communication is right there for the decoding. And I was oblivious much of my life, and although probably less oblivious than others. But I could definitely detect, it's like, that's fine, sir. I see what you've got going on over there, and let's keep it over there because that is not for me. And vice versa, right? Although certainly had some attractive elements to her personality, I would say, but physically certainly not up to par. I do like my women a little on the trashy side, though. That's historically has been a bit of a thing, although not across the board, but a little trashy goes along. A little bit of the trashiness I like is certainly there. Quick-witted is attractive, certainly. It's all corporate. All I see out here is corporate. Advanced Auto, Walmart, Lowe's, Denny's, Domino's. It's all corporate. AT&T, GameStop, all just right there. CVS. And then, so I remember, seeing some little blurb of somebody went and interviewed people in Alabama about the illegals, right? And it's like, they're people that speak even worse than me, right? Uh, but are certainly as dumb as they sound. And, this is who the media goes to find to take the pulse of America, right? But then it's like, we don't want them here, and it's having these effects. We can't, now we're getting low wages or whatever, whatever version was going on. But see, I look at that and say, sorry, Alabamans, you let corporations take over everything in your state. So therefore, the corporation now decides what price it pays for labor, and it decides if it wants to bring people from other countries to keep the wages down. It partners with the government in some version of corporate fascism, the merger of the actual Benito Mussolini corporatism or fascism, right? The state in all of this, the writings attributed to Benito Mussolini, my understanding of that anyway. So sorry, Alabamans, it's no longer up to you, right? Now, again, the system will get mileage out of, playing up these ideas that Trump's going to deport them. Well, look, if the system sees fit to let 30 million people flow unfiltered into America, and then to say, okay, we've cast a wide net and we've done this to serve corporations, and the government and the corporations have partnered to do all of this with other entities. So we've cast a wide net. Doesn't it make sense that those same entities would say, okay, now let's go ahead and start filtering some of this out? Meaning, how about some catch and release? We'll keep some of them and let's send some of them back, right? Yeah, this is a fucking slog, man. This is slow fucking going. And see, what I do is, this is the golden rule, by the way. When a trucker pulls out the pass, I just let them pass me. Unless it's circumstances that dictate that I'm just, we're hammers down and we're just hammering down. It's just too bad, But it's like, yeah, I'm just slow down and let him pass me. Now, otherwise, would I have continued on my merry way? Sure, but it's a trucker's passing me. How about I do what I would want done to me? And that is the golden rule. Do unto others. I did not want or need to slow down at that moment, but he pulled out the pass, so I let him pass me. Easy peasy. And just, imagine, or don't, but the idea of a person being a Christian, or at least, attempting to practice a religion based on a book and all of these notions. It's a culture. It's not a spiritual practice. Although, there are spiritual practices, there's the Holy Bible, there's information in there. There's also information in other books that can help fill in, some of the gaps in the intellectual portions. The book can't practice. The book is dead. The book cannot practice. The religion is dead. The religion cannot practice. Now, some would say, oh, but I can practice the religion. Well, and what I would say is, whatever your practice is made manifest in the now, and thus is living and manifest, and is no longer what is meant by religion. It's now something different. So I would say, in fact, it's not possible to practice a religion individually. Do human beings group together and believe that we collectively, or rather they collectively, are practicing a religion together? Yeah, and they're mistaken. They're practicing death and destruction. They're affirming death and destruction. They're affirming the things of this realm. Because what use is religion to the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level? Is earthly religion, is man-made religion, a way to get to being able to express my essence, if my essence is in fact the most super intelligent love, of force of love possible at the highest level, I would say, well, if it is, it's not a direct path in the way it claims to be. Did I get there at least in part through indirect means that involve being raised up by parents who, took me to a building in the context of a religion? Sure.
Reduce speed.
So what? It was still dead. It still is dead. It never lived. Like the Catholic religion has always been dead. It's never had life. So certain people can talk about the Catholic Church all they want, and I've had other people imply to me that because I'm daring enough and bold enough to refer to the Holy Bible and even refer to, my assertion that, the teachings of Christ as outlined in the Gospels, that's something to aspire to. And in fact, I do choose to live my way based on that, at least partially, right? That I'm now somehow beholden to the writings of Saul of Tarsus. What? Huh? Because the same person who's willing to accept that Saul of Tarsus, who later became Paul, had some direct experience of Christ on the road to Damascus, that person has no problem accepting that, but will not accept that I had my own direct experience of that I would describe in, again, a direct experience of Christ. Right. Oh, yeah. Well, lowly Benton can't have that. Or why can't lowly Benton have that? Because this same person also hasn't had it. Right. Well, maybe I know how to get out of my own way, partner. Maybe if you got out of your own way, partner, you would have that experience. I don't know. Not my business. That's God's business. That's the business of the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level. It's not my business. Hmm. But I'll tell you this, if somebody thinks they're going to interface with death and then that's a direct path to, uh, you know, living manifested truth, is to go into a church and a man-made religion and then let a man, or nowadays a woman, is going to take you by the hand and lead you or lead them into the bosom of the sky daddy. I can't think of many things more foolish than that. That's a fool. But again, it's a culture, right? Yeah, I was also born into a culture. It involved, again, I've told people till I'm blue in the face, I'm not really able to think about these concepts outside of a Christian context, Judeo-Christian context. I really don't have that ability. A bathroom break is becoming necessary. Kind of putting it off though. Well, this would be a good place to stop, but I'm not inclined to stop right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to stop. Well, we missed that. We missed that little area, but there'll be another one. A wide spot in the road. There will be another one. Physical matters are pressing up against the discourse. And again, I can tell people, and again, it's not And I've learned long ago I can't really tell anybody anything. Now it doesn't stop me from trying. That's certainly, again, show me a human and I will show you a hypocrite. However, that also applies to me. There goes Super Trucker going 75 and a 55, or yeah, he's going about 75. Blew my doors off and I was going almost 60 at the time.
Reduce speed.
And
Reduce speed.
what was I on about? I already forgot. All right, here comes the next wide spot potentially. I got to be on the lookout. Oh, effectiveness. So I'm always in some way working towards my own effectiveness. And a big part of, and which is exhibited, it has to be proven or borne out. There has to be evidence of it. It's not the feeling of effectiveness, right? This is where a lot of people fuck up in their own lives. It's not a feeling of effectiveness, it's actual evidence of actual effectiveness. Put the flashers on and let this fella behind me know I'm looking for a place to stop. Oh, there's a wide spot. Somebody's already in it. How about that? Guy behind me hadn't got the memo yet that I'm actually slowing down to stop. Now he's figured it out. It's kind of inconvenient for whoever's here, but I'm jumping in front of him. Sorry, Bubba. It must happen. So now when he merges back in, I'll be in his way, but it's 3 in the morning. It ain't gonna fucking matter. Anyway, break time. I shall return. I'm sure I have way more to say. 2 hours and 12 minutes. Awesome. That's how long I've driven without stopping. That's pretty good for me. I tend to stop way too fucking much compared to other truckers. Anyway, break time. Be back. All right, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Make sure I got all my ducks in a row here. Do I want to open the peaches yet? I don't think so. I'm sorry, apricots. That's more evidence of the possible early onset dementia. For years now, I was thinking apricots and I said peaches. Strange. And versions of that happen regularly. Regularly. We are underway. I think I forgot a key part of all of this, though. Yeah, I did. I'm going to have to stop again. My apologies. Well, to myself, actually. Oh, shit. Here comes a truck, though. Now I'm in his way. This is not good. Okay, he figured it out. Sorry about that, fella. He's probably used to it. People sitting here. Whoopsie. Good driving, sir. Hold on, I forgot a key aspect of this. All right. All right. Okay. All is well. All right, it's chocolate time. Woohoo! Oh. Okay, there it is. I'm about to say, did my chocolate bounce away? I found that 100%. It's that Lint brand, Lindt. I just bought one bar of it because it's the same price as the 90%, but you get half as much. It's 1.7 ounces. But I've been wanting to at least try it. Because a lot of people talk about how bitter this 90% is. It's not bitter to me at all. I mean, it's bitter, but it's chocolate's supposed to be bitter, right? It's not like overly bitter. Bitter. I was under the impression that something tastes bitter is actually good for the system. So bear with me while I eat this chocolate. And we'll get back into some topics directly. Like when I talk about advertising, that billboard back there, it showed a man on a Harley Davidson style motorcycle, and it was black and white. You know, the picture, some kind of stylized, artsy black and white picture. Oh, look, here's my exit in 1.5 miles. Excellent.
Reduce speed.
Excellent. Forgive me for talking with chocolate in my mouth.
Reduce speed.
It's got to happen. I need my theobromine. Got trucks merging in. And see, this is also part of being a good truck driver. I see these trucks coming up the on-ramp, and then I've got to take the exit. So I got to get into their lane at some point, probably. So I'm going to go ahead and start slowing down way before we all get here. Thank you, sir. Not a fan of the bright lights, but he let me over, so give him a little thank you. Where are we going? 70 East. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, one of these. We're getting on the toll road. A lot of times getting on the toll road has these crazy fucking hairpin turns. Yeah, it's one of them crazy hairpin turn situations. What was I even talking about? I don't remember. Here's a relic of the past, the toll booth. Oh, yeah, that billboard. I want to get into that billboard. It said, "You go, we follow." And then, it's some kind of insurance company or whatever. Is this guy in front of me stopping? Okay, good. But say, are you actually paying cash? Am I in the wrong fucking lane? More crazy hairpin turns. The sign is like basically a circle. It's like you could just put a circle up there and make more sense. And I just there's so much sloganizing. I don't think folks really comprehend psychologically how this plays upon them. In ways other. It's not in a vacuum, right? There's many effects of this sort of. The psychology needs to be in place on the front end to then be appealed to by such advertising, right? And it's very powerful. It's very powerful emotional, imagery, right? And it immediately puts the person who's viewing the advertising, they are perfect. They are capable. They are, confident, right? They are successful. And then the connection of all of that at the level of the person's identity, they are only expressions of those positive characteristics because of the products and services that they purchase, the brands, right? And if you really listen carefully, I wish I had better notes on this, but occasionally I will just hear somebody more or less say, "Well, I'm this or I'm that," and I know it's from advertising. Like they really believe it about themselves, Like it becomes a true thing at a certain point, or at least within them. Finally, back to 70. Took a minute, but we got there. Almost done with the chocolate. Now we're hauling balls. you're until the populace, until most of the individuals in the populace, you know, transform within themselves to where advertising, even if it works on them, they will be able to understand in the moment. They will have some grasp of what are these dynamics. Right? Whereas I would say now there's just absolutely no acknowledgement other than, well, that's an advertisement. That's a billboard. Yeah, it is, but that is a very specific message that pushes a bunch of very specific buttons within most people, right? Not me, which is probably why I'm able to see much more clearly, you know, the mechanisms. But part of the message of the you go, we follow is, you're so awesome, right? Because of how you live your life, right? And some of this does work, through the conservative, traditional family values, your heritage, right? Your lineage, your bloodline, your ancestors, in some way your birthright, is so fantastical and powerful, right? That of course one of the most powerful corporate institutions, and I didn't even see what, the branding is getting such where I didn't even notice the insurance company. I don't even know what it was, whatever it was being sold. At this point, it's probably the feeling is mainly what's being sold. Once everybody's signed up to all of the subscription services and happy owning nothing, right? Will it even matter so much? I don't know. Hang on, we got to rinse the mouth out. And did we? I know we put the water. Yeah, here's the water. We're doing a little better today. That rushing to get everything ready to leave, it's probably a good thing. Gigantic Trump billboard, by the way. All right. Checking my battery levels. My main phone, it's probably about time to plug it in. But if I do, it takes it out of battery saver and then it'll try to go 5G as much as possible. And then we've had no disconnections that I'm aware of. But then if it goes to 5G, it will less reliably hand off from one tower to the next tower, and we will start having disconnections. I guess I'll see how far down am I willing to run the battery. I'm thinking about buying my first ever expensive smartphone. And for me, expensive is anything, it was like, because of my income, I could afford a decent phone, but just I wasn't really going to spend more than $200, maybe $250 on the phone. And this last one, my Pixel is $300, and I could have afforded more at the time, but I needed a phone with eSIM because I wanted to switch to US Mobile, which has worked out great for me, by the way, US Mobile. And on the Verizon network, they have T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T to choose from. And, I had no way to have them mail me a SIM. Otherwise, I probably would have gone with a different phone. But for $300, and it has Well, actually, and I was able to get the millimeter wave technology, so I can get the actual, the 5G ultra wideband. There was it was spotty, but I actually got the fastest download speeds I got in Los Angeles on a speed test was 1.3 gigabits, which is blazing fucking fast on the phone, especially. Pretty cool. So I'm looking at maybe just going ahead and saying fuck it and Google Pixel 9 Pro, $650. I might do it. I don't know. That's more than double what I've ever spent on the phone before. So with tax and a case, that's over 700. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do it. And I don't do used because it's too easy to end, or renewed. It's too easy to end up with a phone that it's like, okay, well, we can't activate that on our network because of whoever had it before, has a bad reputation. You know, they pulled some shenanigans. So I only do new phones because of that. And historically unlocked, but I may. U.S. Mobile has just a regular Pixel 9 for 400. With tax and a case, it'd be about 450. And I need to have a place to have it mailed to. I might have found a place I can use, so I might be ordering that soon. We'll see. I'd rather just do. All right, I'm back. It's interesting. My instinct was to plug the phone in, and then after that whole speech about disconnections and the 4G being more reliable, we had no signal on the 4G. And then, so if I had plugged the phone in, I think we never would have lost signal because now I went ahead and went out of battery saver mode and, toggled the airplane mode. And now I'm on 5G, but it wouldn't connect to the 4G. So it's kind of funny. So I guess I'll go ahead and plug the phone in if I can find the charging cable. Oh, there it is. There it is. I guess I wasn't gone too long. Totally forgot what I was talking about, but that's probably all right. Phones, yeah, phones. But yeah, the about being frugal, right? And a lot of that, coming out of the so-called Great Depression and all this, and that's sort of becoming interwoven into sort of people's family histories and all of this. It's like, but if you look at the way I'm living, it's actually easier to just make the extra $250 than it is to try to jump through a bazillion hoops in order to not have to spend the $250. And then at the end of the day, end up with what's technically a better phone, the Pro versus the regular. And it's actually what is better from my perspective is it's not locked to a carrier. I almost always just buy unlocked phones. But I'm about to buy another year of US Mobile, so I'm not worried about the carrier lock part of it. But it's still better to have a factory unlocked phone from what I've seen than a carrier lock, even if it's unlockable after like 3 months or whatever. I had a phone on Walmart Family Mobile and I forgot to unlock it while I still had service. And then later on, I was like, why didn't I get that unlocked? What the heck? Like, you have to have active service. I had it long enough. Oh, is it 70 now? And, I'm wondering, more and more with truck driving and the competition. And part of it is the industry like actually does compete for my labor. Now, the industry's figured out how to keep the wages low, relatively low, right? Um, but now it's 1600. I didn't work that particularly. I worked hard, but some of this is I'm still sort of getting my endurance back for truck driving. But my check's $1,600 for 1 week, but no taxes taken out. So I'm responsible for the taxes. Um, but however, that would, if I was really in the groove and had the right type of runs, that would have been 2 Gs. But I'm happy with the 1600, even with the tax liability. I know what to do about that. And there's no version of me just, oh, I meant to save the money, but I bought this other. But life happened, and I had to buy these other things. Like no, if I choose to save the money for the taxes, I will. Like, it's not going to be a problem. Now I don't have to do that now, but this is only my third paycheck. If it's you get into 10 weeks of paychecks, that's a very different animal than oh, it's 3 weeks and I have yet to And by the way, I have the tax money; it's in my account. You know, if the government showed up tomorrow and was like, hey, we need our taxes, okay, how much? Here it is. So I still have the, like, see what I mean? Like, I'm not going to spend the tax money. I'm not concerned about it, at least not at this time. And it's like, yeah, but you owe them. Well, they say I do, but and then, oh, render unto Caesar. It's like, yeah, but hypothetically, as long as I have the money when they come for it, but they're like, oh, what about penalties? What about this? What about that? What about it? I'm pretty sure they just want the money. What about if I have no money in my account, but I have cash somewhere, and then I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm not driving a truck, but y'all say you want 10 grand. How about I give you 7 and we call it a day? My understanding is that's a thing that happens regularly, that they just make a deal, right? Or if I'm still working, it's like, okay, put me on the fucking payment plan there. Like, I'm pretty sure they just want the fucking money. I'm not going into a fear space around paying my taxes. When what's dead, by the way? Taxes are dead. Everything that's not going to survive this realm is dead. Death and taxes, they say, right? Death and taxes. Or it's like there's nothing more sure than death and taxes in this life. Well, guess what? Taxes are of the same nature. The taxes are dead. Render unto Caesar. Let the dead bury the dead, I say. When Caesar comes for it, I'm almost certain I'll either have it or I'll have a way to make it right, if that's what Caesar demands. Is that not render unto Caesar? Where does it say go into a fear space and have anxiety and be in fear and trepidation and loathing around, what might befall me if I don't render unto Caesar? And then the Christian idea of it, well, now it's like a moral imperative. Bullshit. I think it's, my opinion, it was Jesus sort of giving the middle finger and saying, well, if that's what Caesar's all about, let him have it. If Caesar's all about the treasures of this world, let him have the treasures of this world. He will have his reward. That's how I interpret that message. I don't interpret that as, and then whatever Paul wrote about it in Romans, I don't interpret that as now I have to do what the government tells me. Fuck you. The government I'm concerned with apparently exists within me, if the Bible's to be believed, the kingdom of God within me, right? The kingdom of God is within me, according to the Bible. Maybe that's the kingdom I'm trying to serve or am serving when I'm not serving the wicked one, when I'm not serving this earthly kingdom. And I think Christians really do believe that it's just, Christ is going to come and turn this into a paradise like the Jehovah's Witnesses talk about, and make America great again. And is this the life that a human was intended to live? Some version of driving an automobile to the supercenter, right? And buying a bunch of Chinese made crap, by the way. And isn't that make America great again? When did Americans ever acknowledge that all this letting corporations just run roughshod across the country is not great? But make no mistake, that's what the system means when it talks about make America great again. The system understands that most of the populace is identified with, the mighty, the might of the nation, in part being what? The military, and being what? The financial system, the consumerism, the gigantic multinational corporations. Come on now. And Americans vote for corporatism. And in fact, part of the reason why I choose to go to a Starbucks in Los Angeles at times, before I quit, I've realized now there's no coffee drinking if I'm not truck driving. It's just, I do better overall without the coffee, but it's just too perfect for truck driving. In fact, I have a little coffee left. It goes too well with the truck driving. What a blessing. But yeah, I got blessed with enough at a certain point. I was like, okay, I can just go have a $3 coffee, black coffee at Starbucks every morning. Yeah, I could have also made my own. It's like, I'm a human. I enjoy an experience. But part of that is I know what I'm getting myself into when I go to Starbucks. And I happen to enjoy Starbucks in a big city. Like there's a certain experience. It's a certain thing, right? I would argue the experience itself is worth more than what I'm spending from my perspective, that romantically and just at the level of like sort of an artist or one who can appreciate art. Like it's a very specific thing, a particular Starbucks in Echo Park on Sunset at the minute they open, at 5 a.m. or whatever, on a Sunday, my $3.25 tall fucking Pike Place roast here that came out of that machine, and that's the upside of all this corporate stuff. The corporate hellscape is if I go into the local place, hell, it's probably better coffee. But better from what perspective? Starbucks has mastered the art of the perfect amount of caffeine. It doesn't taste the best. But again, I'm drinking black coffee. But in fact, for taste, I'll go to McDonald's McDonald's has some of the best tasting coffee. It doesn't have the caffeine is not dialed in. Starbucks, it's perfect. It's perfect. So I know ahead of time, more often than not, if I go into that Starbucks, I'm getting a very specific thing for my money. Versus, yeah, I might prefer the local place, but I don't know what I'm getting myself into ahead of time. And, uh, you know, that America has voted and shown with their actions, we prefer corporate. We prefer, I love the super center. Are you kidding me? It's fantastic. I hate corporations and I love Walmart, Starbucks, and Amazon. Like, how does that work? Well, that's the, I'm able to entertain two seemingly opposing points of view simultaneously. Orwellian, right? That is an Orwellian. How could it be any other way? Because Orwell did not predict anything. Orwell observed what was happening already and wrote a book about it. And that's what I mean by, I won't romanticize the past, because the post-war period is the exact same system we have now, except this is a progression from that. Although that would be, what do you consider progress? But it's moved farther down the road on a progression. So why is 1984 called 1984? It's because Orwell claims he wrote it in 48, or it was published in 48, and because it was, supposed to be the future, he just reversed the digits from 48 to 84. Now, whether that's true or not, I have no idea. Makes sense to me. And then probably Orwell was tapped into some kind of, layers of the dystopia where he, got information from above of, the world's going to move to this new system, a new version of this system, after the war, right? And then Orwell probably had some talent in being able to grasp these systems and to write the book. And I would say anybody that hasn't sat down and read 1984 is out of their fucking minds. And if not, read it. And if you have, read it again. Because when I hear people talk about 1984, there's a lot of stuff in there that I don't hear talked about. And it's like, yeah, I never read it, and then I read it, and I was trying to read Huxley back then, and couldn't make heads or tails out of it. Brave New World, as a 14 or 15-year-old, attempted to read Huxley and was like, I don't even know what this is. And that's how brainwashed I was, by the way. That's what that was, the formal mind control of the Jehovah's Witness cult. They blinded me with mind control. They hobbled my ability to think for myself, so it never developed. By the way, curse/blessing, it's all blessings, it's all curses. So I got the great gift of being able to teach myself logic and reason as a layperson in my 30s, which is part of why I'm so effective at brutally applying logic, because I did not have the luxury of ineffectiveness. Because it was like, wait a minute, I'm way behind the curve here. I got to catch the fuck up quick, fast, in a hurry. And I did. So another great book Orwell wrote is Down and Out in London and Paris. And I might have transposed the cities there, but I think it's London and Paris. It could be Paris and London. That's an awesome book. Especially if, a lot of Americans do have fears of becoming homeless, right? And then looking at the Make America Great Again and the Trump approach to homelessness, and regardless of the party in power, it's always both parties in power, by the way. You got the midterms coming up, this brief period in which the one party seemingly has control of the presidency and the Congress. That's unlikely to continue. It's most likely about to be not the case after these midterms, but who knows? I don't fucking know. I'm just aware of politics enough to understand that. But what I find interesting is the down and out in Paris and London is George Orwell, who wrote 1984, chose to, for whatever reason, live as a homeless person in Paris and London, or more correctly, just a person at the lowest levels of poverty possible. He chose to live that way, although maybe he was forced into it in some ways. I'm not exactly sure. So in London, what he was made to, here's what, again, I don't know if this happened or not, but here's what his writing was. This is what him and the other out of work bums, right, whether they were beggars or not, this is what their day consisted of. So they would be made to walk around all day. So here's how they were forced to walk all day. They all knew to go to like a particular, basically like a rescue mission type place, a church or a charity or some sort of institution where at the end of the day, they were given a place to sleep and, an ability to bathe, right? And, whatever they were provided with, maybe whatever little bit of clothing might have needed to be replaced by then, whatever rags needed to be replaced, literal dressed in rags. And then, so then they were, promptly booted out in the morning. And America has its own versions of this, but it's different here now in the now. And then, you know, weren't allowed legally, they can't just lay about all day and then go back to that same, mission. They'll be arrested, right, and thrown into jail. So now they know to all walk to the next version of whatever that particular asylum is. And it probably was called an asylum, by the way. And then just repeat that process over and over again. And then maybe with the option of employment, perhaps, right? And then Orwell, I guess, presumably had his fill of that. And I don't remember the progression, but then at some point finds himself, working, at some cafe or whatever, some restaurant in London, or I'm sorry, Paris, but at the lowest levels of society, maybe, being able to rent a room in a flop house, right? And then, shout out to JG, who's in the live chat around here sometimes. Him and I share a fondness for Charles Bukowski, right? And the way that man lived. Well, Bukowski in I believe the 1950s and 60s, but probably more in the 60s. So he lived maybe a decade of his life traveling the country as an itinerant worker, a hobo. And back then in America, it was possible in most places in America, a traveler, a vagabond, and just a traveling worker, a literal hobo, could blow into town, take whatever work was available, and then pretty quickly rent a room in a flop house by the week, right? And then maybe initially the first day's pay would pay for at least a night, right? So maybe sleep in the park or whatever, and then pretty quickly make enough to feed ourselves and to, sleep in a flop house. And my experience has been that really doesn't exist in America anymore. It's really not a thing. So that was a thing more or less across the board. So even so much so that I lived a version of that in Fort Smith, Arkansas, a version of it. And I can get into that if y'all are interested. I find it instructive, but give me a moment. We got a truck passing us. So we'll let him pass instead of speeding back up just yet. We'll let him get by and then we'll speed up. Is that old? Never mind. Thank you, sir. That was nice of it. Got over to give me a little room. He didn't have to. Consider it though. And what is consideration? Consideration is when I'm willing to potentially inconvenience myself to avoid potentially inconveniencing you, right? Which is a version of teamwork in my world. But um, so you can see in the past, society, in some ways did at times provide for the poor. And society still provides for the poor in certain ways. But now it seems to be doing it. Maybe in the past, society wasn't yet willing to provide for the underclass or the less fortunate in ways that it seemed to be done in the past in ways that would still allow the person not to fall down morally, right? The moral hazards. Whereas now society creates moral hazards, and that's a very specific thing from like sociology and anthropology. I would encourage anybody just type into Google what is a moral hazard. From academia. It's a very specific thing, and so I'm referring to a specific phenomenon, that's written about in sociology and such. Moral hazard. So, at least in the past, and in Orwell's book, society, seemingly was less apt to behave in ways towards the underclass that would, make it more likely for the underclass to fall to a lower moral standard by avoiding moral hazards being installed into society, right? Part of which is don't let them lay around and beg all day and get drunk. Because if they do, we're going to put them in jail. All right. Now, the lefties, the touchy-feely Democrats, right? Well, they'll say, this is why I can't ever choose one or the other of my own volition. And I won't. Because I don't believe this way. I believe it's bad for the individual to let them die in the streets addicted to drugs. Who suffers the most? Nobody suffers more than the person who's dying in the streets addicted to drugs. The street level. And by the way, what is Kensington, Philadelphia? That's where somebody can go out and do a live stream or have a hidden camera and walk, if they're bold enough to walk through that area, especially at night. Go on YouTube and type in Kensington, Philadelphia. And when you see the physical state of those people, it doesn't make sense to a lot of us because we're like, why are they bent over? What is this? That's last stage drug addiction. Those people are all going to be dead within 3 months to 2 years. And by the way, these are some of the hardest to kill motherfuckers in society. Those are the ones who've gone into drug addiction and died and didn't die along the way, right? All their friends are dead. All the people they've done drugs with are dead. Most of them are not from Kensington, Philadelphia. Some of them might be from Pennsylvania. Some of them are from Philadelphia. But these are the addicts who end up there because that's where an addict ends up there who hasn't been motherfucking killed. These are some of the baddest motherfuckers of all time, by the way, on some level. Cannot be killed with conventional methods. I'm not kidding. Just look at them. These people live outdoors in the motherfucking winter right there. Think about that. Now, do they get to go into a warming center, because the city's not willing to just let all of them freeze to death in one icicle huddled together in a mass because they don't want that to end up on YouTube? Sure, yeah, of course. There's some minor facilities for them to go into to not, again, because the city's not willing to have a frozen icicle of 15 huddled bodies, that somebody can go live stream onto YouTube. Sure. So morally, imagine the deprivation. Again, who is served by this, the realm of death and destruction? The people are allowing it, right? So I'm the type, I say, absolutely get a judge to commit them to a facility against their will. Please do that, because that's better for them. But the lefty or the Democrat or the so-called liberal will say, well, but look at how the asylums and the state hospitals, because this movie called One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest came out, and now we got to close all the facilities. See, it's like, yeah, okay, I understand that, but guess what? There's abuses everywhere. So now we're even presupposing it's possible to have these systems of man that are going to be free from corruption. That's not going to happen. What I'm saying is, yeah, are people going to be tortured, unfortunately, in these facilities? Yeah, they are. It sucks. It's still less bad from a perspective, because they're not going to be able to fall morally. I can maintain my morality, right? I can keep my soul, even if if I fall so low that a judge has to commit me to an institution, because, and this is never going to happen to me, right? But I'll use me as an example. Please have a judge send me against my will to a facility, other than letting me die in the streets of Kensington. And that is death. That's death on display, right? And that is hell. Those people are in hell. That's a literal hell. They are in hell. And when I was in Austin at Salvation Army in a literal Skid Row, that's hell. Every morning and every evening, I returned to and left an area where there were people living and dying on the street, on the sidewalk outside the Sally, the Salvation Army. Those people were in hell, literal hell. And where was the hell? It was inside of them. And the master of this realm, the commander of this realm, was well pleased, I can assure you. How could it not be? The antithesis was well pleased by that. And I tested those spirits. Indeed, I did. But so, and I'm giving an example of, how if the people have an idea of opposing forces politically, it's only one force, and it's the force that has led to. So Republicans are equally responsible with Democrats for people being allowed to just die in the streets of Kensington on this full display. But then the people who identify with MAGA and Trump and red and Republican, they get to laugh and just say Biden's poopy diaper and blue cities, right? Well, yeah, all the cities are blue cities. What are you talking about? Number one, there's no such thing as a city. With few exceptions, there's no such thing as a not blue city. They're all blue. So basically what you're saying is cities. Yeah, America, part of making America great again involves cities, folks. It's not making America great again because now there's no cities and everybody lives in, A Country Boy Can Survive by Hank Williams Jr., right? And you're only getting stabbed if you go downtown. No, that's you. I go downtown all the time and I'm never stabbed. So I don't know what to tell you. But that's you. I've lived on the motherfucking sidewalk downtown, not really been that worried about getting stabbed. Although it was threatened at least once in Seattle. And then so much so I called the police, who basically was like, yeah, you're more or less responsible for not being stabbed, sir. So I don't know why you're calling us, because we're surely not going to do anything. And that's basically what they told me. Like, oh, okay. Well, thanks. Good to know, by the way. Glad you're telling me this. So I'll just get away from anybody who looks like they might be willing to stab me as quickly as possible, instead of actually just telling them that they probably shouldn't behave the way they're behaving near me. And they said, oh, really? Well, here's my thing I might stab you with. So au contraire. And then it's like, all right, fair enough. And by the way, violence is golden, the universal language. If they're really willing to stab me, then yeah, they do get to carry the day. Okay, sure. I don't believe in this strongly enough to either stab or be stabbed. So have at it, partner. I'll be, meanwhile, I don't have to be here, so I'll just go somewhere else. And part of the notion of MAGA or Trump or Republican is this idea that that there can be an authoritarian means and a police state that can prevent humanity from behaving that way. No, it can't. Absolutely not. Now we see London at least talking about, within the last several years, attempting to ban knives, right? It's like you can't remove whatever that is within humans that makes them stabby situationally, that you can't get that out of a human. It's not possible, at least not currently. Now, will the technological overlay make it impossible effectively? Yeah, perhaps, meaning will the surveillance state and the computer algorithms, will it analyze our body language in real time, and right before a motherfucker's about to get stabby, will the robot show up and just like, throw a net over them, take them away in a van or whatever? Yeah, probably. By then, pre-crime will be perfected to the point that those folks will not. The only way a stabby person will ever be given in a particular environment will be if the system wants them in that environment. How about that? You want to talk about social credit score? Well, how about you only get to live in an area where the social credit score and the system says we want people around you that are stabby, right? You want to talk about a biblical being cast into the lion's den, right? How about, yeah, you are cast into the lion's den, but the lion's den is not a lion; it's another human, and they're all armed and stabby. Most of your fellow humans are armed and stabby, right? And well, okay, Christians, well, if you believe what you claim to believe, no fucking problem, right? Because the most super intelligent force of love possible is going to deliver you out of that, right? So what's there to worry about? And by the way, MAGA, why do you need to sanitize? Cities are supposed to be filthy and dirty on some level, and violent and dangerous, if you ask me. Meanwhile, statistically, few areas of the country more dangerous than rural areas. I hate to break it to you. You just want to go by statistical dangers and death rates and all of this. In some ways, cities way safer than the countryside. In certain ways, statistically. We're in a tunnel. I don't know if the signal drops or not. I think the days of dropping signal in a tunnel may be over. Let's see. Yeah, 6 a.m. fuel stop because they don't want me to fuel in Ohio. It's like, okay, but if the load's late, it took 30 minutes to fuel. So I did my trip planning based on not having to take a 30-minute break. So we've artificially created a 30-minute break when I could have fueled in Ohio on my pre-trip inspection, by the way. included in the 22 minutes of an on-duty pre-trip inspection. Could have been a fuel stop. Pick your poison, company. While we're going 39, oh, it's a tunnel. See, some people will just, it's 55. Why are we going 39? Oh, this is some trucker that's scared of the tunnel, I guess. He's probably never driven through here. Probably from a foreign country, another country rather, country other than America. Now he's got a safe face. Haul balls down the. Now I'm gonna have to go as fast as I can go to pass it through. You see these signs, buddy? That's twisties. We're going through the twisties. Why are you making us go as fast as humanly possible through here? In a 55, and I'm going 73, slamming on the brakes. And that's the same person who was willing to go 39 in the tunnel, and now is just fighting me to the motherfucking death. Why? Why is that the same person?
Reduce speed.
Oh, you finally figured it out that it's dangerous. This is danger, sir.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
Now I know this road. I've been through here plenty of times. So I knew I could go 70 into the curves. I think he got taken into the curves at 70 and went, oh, wait a minute. I may not have the skill for this.
Reduce speed.
Trucks and buses left lane only.
Reduce speed.
Realistically, I can't, lady.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed. Reduce speed. Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
And what if something were to happen and,
Reduce
some kind of driving error on my part? I think I could sue this insurance company based on you listening to this voice telling me to reduce my speed all the way through here and that being distracted as a result. I think I probably could.
Reduce speed.
There's a thing known as the 85th percentile, which is studies have shown that 85% of drivers will go the safe speed for conditions regardless of the posted speed limits. So I'm actually going the speed I should be going through here based on the conditions, which is way over the posted speed limit, which is why the voice is telling me to slow down because it doesn't understand what's happening for me. And I need my focus and concentration.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
apologies for the silence, but this dumbass behind me is just dependent on. He's just insistent upon. He's driving above his skill is what's happening. And again, probably from another country, which I don't have a beef with, but you know, people coming from other countries necessarily, but all that person presumably cares about is making as much money as possible to send back to his home country. Not too worried about my safety or your safety.
Reduce speed.
I don't want them anywhere near me.
Reduce speed. Reduce speed.
So I can remember for a long time being a new driver and just going through these curves, on some downhill road somewhere, and just truckers just blasting by me like way faster than I was going. But it's like, yeah, my skill level is I got to go slow through these curves, Like I don't have the skill level to do what they do. And now I'm one of the ones that can go fast as fuck through the curves. And the trailers are loaded different. That has something to do with it too. The way that if it's a high, if the center of gravity could be much higher on one trailer versus another. That's also a part of it. Shit. It's almost bathroom break time. That would have been a good place to stop, but that's all right. There'll be another spot. It's almost apricot time. Oh yeah, I was talking about the homelessness and this whole the Bukowski notion of wow, this is crazy driving. These truckers are mixing it up out here. Hammer down and get around these bozos.
Reduce speed.
So Bukowski, and then his ability as a writer and a poet and all of this, how much of that was born out of him having those experiences of abject poverty, and not a person sleeping outdoors because of his own ability to work a job here and there and make enough money just to feed himself and stay in a flop house, drink, right? And that, as we see the economics progress or regress, or however you want to view it, to the point where a lot of that's just really doesn't exist anymore in most places. Like where can I go in a city and just work some version of dig a ditch 3 days this week and pay for an entire week of a room and an entire week of meals, right? But when Bukowski was living that lifestyle, that probably was possible as long as he put in enough half days, or enough uh, at least 3 full days of work, he probably could afford to stay in the flop house at least 6 nights out of 7, right? And probably was able to maybe not miss a meal, maybe miss 1 to 2 meals a week, just with his own like barest efforts of labor, right? So as somebody who's stood with the Mexicans outside of Home Depot many times and been picked up for day labor many times, right? The idea of um, getting work, which you don't even necessarily get a day's work every day. So if a day's work in the recent past was $100, right, it's probably more to like 150 by now. But at that time, $300 would not pay for a room in a flop house and also feed me for a week, or let's just say 6 days. And then, probably Bukowski was out on the town, at least one of the weekend nights. Any, like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't need to pay for probably didn't need to pay for the flop house at least one of the, Saturday night into Sunday morning, because he was out time went on. He was going to pass out somewhere, maybe end up waking up in jail. Who knows? Right. The Andy Griffith notion of Otis, the town drunk, knowing to just go basically check himself into jail, right? Now I'm passing everybody. I think most of these trucks passed me earlier. Now I'm passing all of them. And I won't be able to tell the cop anything if they pull me over, but if I could just speak off the record, that's what I would tell the cop. Is like, look, man, I know we both know I'm not doing anything unsafe or dangerous, but it's a game, so I get it. But since everything's recorded and all of this, and the officer makes notes, I got to just keep my mouth shut in case I got to try to fight it in court. But there was a place to pull over. I might try to hold it for a little while because we're making pretty good time. But I'm gonna have to stop. Definitely can't make it 91 miles to the fuel stop, unfortunately, without stopping.
Reduce speed.
Lady, I'm going 73 and a 70. You've trained me that that's slow enough. So I want to say about that. And so back to the down and out in London and Paris. I'm almost sure it's London and Paris. Because Paris and London rolls off the tongue a little nicer. And I believe it was London and Paris. Could be wrong though. So in London, that was their way of dealing with the non-working men who either wouldn't or who either couldn't find work or just weren't employable or whatever version that is, or active alcoholics, and it's probably better for them to be marched around arguably all day long. And then whatever, I can't remember the specific experiences in Paris other than the living in, other than, again, able to earn enough money to live in a flop house, right? A literal flop house. Well, I lived in a flop house, but it wasn't quite a flop house, but many would think of it as a flop house. It was what's called a rooming house in Fort Smith, Arkansas, where, some slumlord type of person figured out that they could buy these old houses for cheap in a place like Fort Smith, Arkansas, so they probably, I'm just going to guess, whoever this landlord was probably paid cash. So let me back up before I get ahead of myself. So I don't know how much I want to get into the reasons, but at a certain point, when I was with ex-wife number 2, and we both lived in Hot Springs, Arkansas, I moved to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Because remember, people might be confused. What do you mean? Well, you do know in the olden days, when a man was married and he decided to move from this town to that town, the wife came with him, right? You do realize that he didn't necessarily consult her, although maybe he does, but the wife just went along with the man in the olden days. Oh, that's right. We're traditional family values Christians, right? So yeah, I moved to Fort Smith, Arkansas. She didn't, and I don't force anybody to do anything. I moved there. She remained in Hot Springs. I'm trying to remember. I guess we were legally married. I don't. It's hard to remember the order. I don't remember, but I think we were. Of course, she, loved her some Benton, so she was coming to visit me. And eventually she moved there. Surprise, surprise, fellas. Surprise, surprise. She chose to move there. We actually did quite well for ourselves at the time. So I had just enough money to move into a motel for a week, right? And then while that was happening, I got a job at a convenience store and managed to begin earning enough money to feed myself and pay for a week at the motel in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And again, this is some version of what Charles Bukowski was living all across the country in the 60s or whenever. But because Arkansas, in some ways exists in a time warp, and it's not the only place. So this thing that's not really a thing anymore still existed back then, right? This would have been, I don't know, 2010-ish, somewhere in there. Yeah, 2010, 2009, 2010. Excuse me. So, I didn't really, now I'm able to feed myself and have a roof over my head, but, it was no extra money, right? I was making my hourly pay. I think my checks after taxes was like $385 a week, and the room was $186, I believe. And then I had a car, or did I? I don't even remember. I may not have even had a car, so no car expense, and yeah, no car. That's fine. I like to walk, and then work was like across the street, and then I took Walmart to do my grocery shopping, whatever little bit of shopping I was doing, and $1 bus rides each way, and but then not a lot of money left over for just my basic necessities. And then word of mouth, met somebody that was like, yeah, there's this rooming house, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And it turns out it's a house from, like, I don't know, probably built in the 20s or 30s, near downtown Fort Smith, basically downtown, or a neighborhood near downtown, where some landlord, slumlord type of person probably paid $40,000 for this old house and then just rents the rooms. So it's like 7 or 8 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, right? And guess what I paid when I moved into this place? $65 a week in 2009. $65 a week with, I don't remember what the deposit was, but it was less than $65. I know. Can you even imagine? So now my $385 a week is enough to comfortably pay the 65 and then comfortably feed myself. And then now I can actually, as an American supposed to be able to do, as long as I work full time, now I'm able to live in a flop house, right? Which wasn't a flop house necessarily, although, there was practicing, there was people drinking all day in the flop house. Because why? Because some of the people that lived in the flop house had Social Security. And this one fella got a check, and then, his woman worked, and then he worked when he was able to. Actually, he might not have been on Social Security yet. Yeah, he was anticipating Social Security. So he's trying to work just enough to continue to be a practicing drunk, and then his wife or his woman is going off to work every day, or however many hours the parties will give her, right, to make the biscuits. Paul and Patty, some fine folks and personal friends of mine, uh, and never had a falling out with them that I know of. And, weeds, and I was smoking ganja as much as I was able to at the time. So yeah, and then eventually the price went up to $75 because this place had no air conditioning, and in fact, the 1920s era electric, the wiring could not withstand everybody having a window unit. So eventually, the landlord had to upgrade the wiring, and then they said, okay, if you want to, you can buy your own air conditioner, but we're going to charge you $10 more a week for the increased electricity. But when I lived there, I bought a thermometer at Walmart and put it on my wall. It was like a nice $20 thermometer. And when I would come home from work, oftentimes it would say in the summer, it would be 120 degrees in my bedroom. No bullshit. 120 degrees. 150, maybe it cooled down to 115 by then. No bullshit. So I don't know how long I was gone, but that was definitely the cell networks not being able to properly manage the handoff from one tower to the next. So who knows how long I was gone? I'll have to just continue on as if you heard all of it. I have no idea. So back to the economics and the underclass and the po folks. So if people are curious about what's all this homelessness about, it's because in the past, economically, it was much more viable for people living in abject poverty to, have access to. I'm stopping for a bathroom break. My apologies to nobody, by the way. This is all full, so I'm just going to sit here, and if y'all need to start your day, folks, I'll get the fuck out of your way. But I'm blocking them in technically, but I'm here to move if they need me to. Give me just a second. We got to take a tinkle real quick. Crime of opportunity. Come on, tablet. Slow ass tablet. So a lot of these notions around, skid row, flop houses, day labor, right? Whatever charities may be helping people. Like in the past, this represented, like a, something of a safety net. So what we're seeing is this more and more people are, beginning to flirt with and interface, with aspects of the underclass and the lower rungs of society, right? As more and more people are, getting closer and closer to falling into that simultaneously, that pretty quickly, it's like the idea of, well, if society fully collapses, well, I'll just go, live off the land and go kill some deer or whatever. Yeah, except for if enough people go and do that simultaneously, there's no deer to kill because they've all been killed, right? And not to extinction, just meaning where, yeah, it's during deer season in Arkansas or wherever, many parts of the country, it's pretty easy to just go out and kill a fucking deer. But then if, much of the population is now going to, that's their food, now it's a lot of competition for the same amount of deer, right? Sort of the same concept. The number of people utilizing these resources, it has rapidly, and continues to rapidly increase. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Give me just a second. I gotta pour out the apricots. Pour the juice out of the apricots so I don't spill it all over myself. I'm craving the chocolate though. I might just have more chocolate actually. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Because I think it's getting to be a little too much sugar from the apricots. And there is sugar in the dark chocolate. However, might be a good time to try the 100%. Aha. I got to hustle up. We're on a schedule here, but since I'm already stopped, how do you open this thing? It's a different style of box, man. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. All right. That's an interesting package there. Oh, they've designed, it has different packaging, so the bar weighs the same. The package weighs the same, but it has half the material in it. I see what we're doing here. Okay, give me a second here. I got to also, I'm getting the low battery signal on the earbuds. One moment. Oh, does StreamYard still have me on the Bluetooth? Yep, it does. Fantastic. Shout out to the chat. Try to keep this going. Bear with me while I eat some chocolate. I'm trying this 100% for the first time. Yeah, do a third of it, which is that's not the right package. A third of this is how many grams of fat? 13? No, less than 10. That'll work. Uh-oh. Break off a piece. Break you off a piece, Bubba. This is expensive, but if I like it, I think I'm going to stock up. Not all the Walmarts seem to have it. Oh yeah. Oh man. Not that it tastes good, but I'm more thinking about the nutrition that's in it. Very nutritious. Lots of nutrition in chocolate. And this is, I'm sure it's not 100% cocoa, right? But you know, what? It's a big company, and I bought it at Walmart, so it's not like it's fucking unadulterated. But there's a reason I paid $4.44 for 1.7 ounces of chocolate. No sugar. Doesn't even really taste bitter to me. All right, we on the road. Mm. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. No sugar. So really, there's just not enough to go around at the bottom. And it seems like, you know, maybe, you know, society at large is in the past did a better job of, you know, making sure everything's sort of evened out at the bottom. Whereas now it's, you know, some of this, you know, why are they letting these homeless people just die in the streets with nothing? Part of that is like, well, I mean, there's nothing else to really do with them. What else is going to, I mean, what alternative is there? And I think what we're going to see, if the Trump style, you know, of approaching things continues, I think you're going to see, you know, more institutionalization type of thing. And just, by the way, homelessness is now basically illegal again. And more areas are moving to criminalize homelessness, or really to recriminalize it after a brief reprieve, right? Which is, you know, one of the thoughts I have about truck driving is, you know, between what's happening financially and what it costs to eat real actual food, right? Back to the, you know, 1.7 ounce of 100% dark chocolate, which is not even going to be 100%, by the way, but no sugar at least. With what that costs, but it's real actual nutrition for my body. And, things like eggs, real actual nutrition for my body. Specifically, by the way, fats, brain food. I've always needed a lot of fat for my brain to operate properly for whatever reason. And then hormones, hormonally, saturated fat, especially. So looking at, on the one hand, with the self-realization and all of this talk about the, trust and knowing and all of this about my true nature and essence and all of this, that's absolutely. However, there's also the, living in the realm and, day to day and, preferences. Really, it comes down to my preferences. I prefer to have access to proper nutrition. Right. That's my preference. And people are sometimes are like, how are these poor people so fat? And it's like, yeah, the food that's the most affordable has the lowest nutritional value. Right. If you want to just talk about, a person having almost no money and we need to go get 1,500 calories today. Yeah, that's two $1 honey buns or whatever a Little Debbie frosted honey bun costs. That's 600 and something calories. So I don't know. They used to be 75 cents. I don't know what they cost now, but it's like, yeah, 3 of those. That's basically your calories for the day, right? Now, is it nutritious? No, absolutely not. There's other than some saturated fat. There's basically no actual nutrition in it, and it's not the type of saturated fat your body would want in the first place. But yeah, it's, oh fucking A. Here's old Snyder going slow in the wrong lane. If they're brand new, I don't even know if I want to try to pass them on the right or not, but I guess I will. This is some brand new driver. No, it's not. It's a lease driver. They're not even a company driver. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They may not know. But keep the trailer in their lane, and that's all right with me. I don't give a fuck. Anyway. So the thing about truck driving is it solves a lot of my day-to-day issues in the realm because I have shelter if I live in the truck, and I do when I work, and then I have the money if I need to take time off, or if I just, sometimes it's more convenient to just put the truck in the shop and be like, okay, I'm taking home time and knowing I'll just fuck off to the hotel and take a break, and then, the truck, by the time I'm ready to come back, the truck will be fixed. And then I'll have enough money to always be able to buy decent food, right? Sustenance for my body, at least in the near term. So in a way, I might actually be sort of forced into this or relegated to it, which is, by the way, this is one of the least desirable jobs, especially based on the pay, right? For the other jobs that people make what I make in a week, this is definitely one of the least desirable, if not the least, could be the least desirable, actually. Could be. So we'll see. Good problem to have, I suppose. And I don't know that there's been a crackdown on foreign drivers. In fact, I'm sure that's not the case. There's still plenty of foreign drivers and people who don't speak English at the truck stops. But it does seem like, you know, maybe the more fly by night type of activities, you know, whatever that, you know, whoever those folks are, maybe are less inclined to, you know, what they call outlaw, or just running outside of the rules and regulations. You know, maybe whoever does all of that might see this as, okay, this is a time to, you know, perhaps knock it the fuck off and sort of see how this thing shakes out. You know, and it was the idea that right as soon as Trump became president, you know, there was talk of, you know, generally there's 20 people waiting outside the Home Depot for day labor, and then just all of them sort of disappearing simultaneously. It's like, no, they didn't leave or get deported. They're just sort of hiding out to see, you know, which way the wind blow, right? And then, you know, I see a lot of these YouTube videos in the comments, drug addicts, or there's, you know, people are mentally ill in a lot of these, you know, whatever body cam type videos or some true crime or, you know, something going on. They're like, there's always this idea of, I hope they get the help that they need. And it's like, I don't post this anymore, but I hope y'all realize there's effectively no help. Now there is help, you know, for anybody who wants to help themselves, meaning, you know, the moment I decided to stop living outdoors and get my CDL and get a job and stay in the Salvation Army, you know, I did time that. I picked a good time. 2018 was a very good time to do that, it turned out. But yeah, but it was up to me to work all of that, right? It was up to me to manage all of those. It's not like a person just shows up and says, "Here I am, help me." Absolutely not. It's like the person. A lot of it came down to my own ability to maneuver through multiple systems simultaneously that attempted to thwart me at every turn, by the way. And I must, you know, if not for my own persistence, you know, none of this would have ever happened. And, you know, obstacle after obstacle overcame. And then, you know, my own abilities to do all of that. And then the fact that most folks, you know, will just give up at the first sign of resistance, right? The first time they run into the first obstacle, most people just quit. That's people, right? That's most people. So that such that after overcoming obstacle after obstacle after obstacle to even get my CDL and find myself in training with, you know, as a rookie with no experience with Snyder, and then being in their training and the trainer in the classroom, you know, going through the book and all of this, you know, the classroom portion, he's like, yeah, 90% of everybody that goes into truck driving is not driving a truck 1 year later. And I'm the type of person, as soon as I heard that, I said, okay, even if I choose not to do this, I'm doing a fucking year, right? If it's up to me anyway. And that's, you know, I wanted to quit a bazillion times. Well, most people fucking quit. Most people quit. In fact, my roommate in the hotel quit. That motherfucker, because he's a pussy. He quit. And he, you know what? He gave me this sob story. He was this big fucking pussy, big galoot pussy motherfucker from Oklahoma, and somehow convinced some Spanish-speaking broad from another country to marry his sorry ass. And then, you know, culturally, I guess she's long-suffering and all of this. That motherfucker quit in training. And he even tried to give me the sob story. And, you know, I will be the shoulder to cry on. But at a certain point, I was just, because we're in the hotel and, you know, he's going home now. And he's sort of, you know, I'm willing to give him the there, you know, shame about, you know, this sucks for you or whatever. Because, see, he thought he was solving his problems around not being able to earn enough money, you know, to support his wife or whatever. Because that was probably culturally, you know, he probably sold her a bill of goods. Well, I'm going to earn the money and you're going to stay home and raise the kids, right? Well, next thing you know, he's not able to earn that money in his hometown. So now he is trying to go into long haul truck driving, and his ass wrote a check. His mouth wrote a check. His ass couldn't cash. Now he's on the phone with Honey Bunny. Oh, I'm coming home or whatever. Mama, I'm coming home. And and all I said to him was, hey man, the way they raised me is all I know how to tell you is suck it up, don't be a pussy. But it's like, also I recognize that you should be able to just do a job in your hometown and make enough that your wife can stay home and raise the kids. I understand. However, that time has passed, sir. You don't live in those times. So I don't know what to tell you. Probably your wifey poo's, well, probably already has a job, which, is she going to want to pop out a bunch of kids? Probably not until he can prove to her that that he's able to bring home the bacon, right? She's probably hedging her bets to some extent. That marriage only goes so far, as far as sticking around for the long run. I don't. But see, I was bound and determined because they'd already told me by then 90% of everybody that's driving a truck, he's basically saying 9 out of 10 of y'all ain't finna be here. And as soon as I heard him say that, in my mind, I was like, I'm finna be here. I don't know what else. I might quit 366 days in, but I'm not quitting before 365, partner. Full send. That's called commitment, right? I'm all in, baby. You got to kill me metaphorically. Spiritually, you all got to kill me, Jack. I'm a warrior, and I place myself beyond the possibility of defeat because every single time I had to back up for the first 6 months, I could not have hated it more. Did it make me want to quit? Of course it did. Did I quit? Of course I didn't. But my fucking roommate, and then I got the gift of, he quit so early into training, I got to not have a roommate the whole rest of the time. In fact, they put me in a suite at a certain point. I was just laughing, like, believe this? They ended up putting me in a suite, my own suite. I was like, boy, this is high class right here. I had a jacuzzi tub. Homeless man. Still had the long hair and the long beard. Here I am in the suite. And that spick and span, American exceptionalism, MAGA type from, although that wasn't a thing yet, or yes, it was actually. Yeah, so I'm sure he was a big Trump guy. So that's your big Trump guy. Is couldn't hack it in truck driving school. You know what happened? And here's his justification was because he's from bumfuck Oklahoma, and we're learning how to drive big rigs in the big city of Dallas, right? And he made a mistake driving in training, and he got rebuked. He was harshly fucking rebuked by the trainer, who's basically like, hey man, you could have just killed everybody because you didn't see what was going to happen. But the trainer is trying to convey the seriousness of the endeavor. It's not like the wounding of the inner child, right? But this guy was such a pussy that he internalized it, right, at the level of his inner child was wounded. And he decided that it was just too much for him to learn how to drive in the big city. Well, guess what? They're sending us to big cities. Like Snyder, pretty soon after that, was sending me to deliver and pick up loads in Atlanta, which is way fucking worse than Dallas in certain ways. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I went to truck driving school in Austin, and that's worse in some ways. In certain ways, it's even worse than this. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, yeah, it's not going to be like driving around Stillwell or wherever the fuck you're from, or Amarillo. That's in Texas, but same kind of thing. You don't get to choose where to drive necessarily. But if he stuck with it for a year, probably he could have then toughed it out, put his big boy pants on, and then he could have probably gotten a job and Muskogee or wherever the fuck he was from in Oklahoma, and then not have to drive in the big city. But he's a fucking pussy, right? Well, so is a lot of MAGA. A lot of MAGA's fucking pussies. Hate to break it to you. And a lot of Antifa and BLM ain't pussies. Hate to break it to you. And a lot of them trans people and, certain flamboyant, fabulous types, guess what? They'll punch you in your motherfucking face, right? They're also not pussies. But they are ridiculous and they're laughable from the perspective of who? MAGA, who might be a pussy, right? But MAGA thinks they've aligned themselves with this powerful figure of Trump. It's like, yeah, but what good is a person who's a fucking pussy that's aligned themselves with this powerful big brother symbology? What good? It's still a pussy. What good is it? Well, I don't know. What good is a pussy? It's finna get fucked, right? And yeah, I was willing to treat him, like a human, but on some level, eventually it's like, look, man, I don't know how much more of this emotional labor I'm willing to do, because it's like, at a certain point, I don't want to be rude to you, but I'm just going to be like, hey, man, you are a pussy. Uh, who I would like to meet your dad. Like, what's your dad like? Right? Like, at a certain point, it's just, but I recognize he's leaving in the morning, so there's really no point in me going there. But if he had really pushed it, eventually I just would have been like, where's your dad? Like, is your dad still alive? Can we get him on the phone? Like, what's going on here? Well, something failed somewhere, right? Can we figure that out? Meanwhile, I'm not a father. I'm not your father. Like, what is this? Suck it up. Don't be a pussy. That's all they ever told me. I was 10 years old, and that's what they told me. By the time I was 11, if I thought I was going to whine and cry about something, it's like, yeah, suck it up. Don't be a pussy. Rub some dirt on it. Life's hard. That was what I was taught, at 11 years old. Now I'm going to listen to a grown ass man from Oklahoma. It's like, what is this? Huh? I mean, it's even worse by now. That was 2018. But a different generation. That was a millennial. Not that anything wrong with that, but what even is this? Come on around there, Bubba. I won't fight you to the death. Some of them will, don't want to. And, I'm not sure how many people in the general populace have ever fully committed themselves to anything and then achieved it. And I mean anything. Just, this is what I'm going to do. I know there's going to be obstacles. No force can make me quit other than me. Right. And then just stuck to it. So I've even had people try to tell me, oh, you're lucky. You're able to go drive a truck or whatever. Like, oh, hold the phone. This luck ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah, I'm blessed and fortunate. That's in my life generally, right? I mean, you're looking at me. Obviously, I'm lucky. The fact that, and again, that's a joke, but joking, not joking. But yeah, it's all blessings. But the fact that I'm able to do this job and earn a living at it, at least for periods of time, luck don't enter into it. Does my good fortune? Yeah, of course. The overall spiritual blessings, protection, and good fortune that I've experienced throughout life, sure, that's part of it. But luck has nothing to do with it. This is my own stubborn refusal to quit a thing I had decided in my mind I will do this, because I would have quit without that level of commitment. And that is the David Goggins, right? That's the David Goggins motivation is crap. Because if I looked to anything outside of myself, I would have quit, because there would have came the time when that motivation was not there to motivate me. Now we find out, what am I made of inside? What's inside of me that I can call upon when the chips are down? And a lot of that I discovered living in the streets with nothing for all those years, right? Which I used, to kill, multiple birds with multiple stones. I used that time, for my own purposes, right? All right, buddy, I'm not going to pass you, but I got to get up this hill, so just be aware of that. I can't not climb the hill because you passed me. So it is what it is. And by the way, Americans could have, it's the idea that, some women are really good truck drivers, but, America probably would, based on MAGA, would want people like me, white and black Americans from America, you know, mostly male with some females driving big rig. Yeah, it's absolutely, that could be the case. Guess what? You're going to have to get, my pay is going to have to be $3,000 a week. Period. Period. Otherwise, there's just not enough. It's not worth it in the long run for people to choose this as a career. It's just not enough of a benefit to get, good goddamn working Americans to do this job in the long run. Right. It's just not, the incentive is simply not there financially. This job should pay about double what it pays. If there was a such thing as a free market, if the people were united, if there was an ability for the worker to, advocate for his or herself, right? And this idea, this fantasy that one day truckers are just going to refuse to drive the trucks. No, they're not. It's never going to happen, folks. If truckers were capable of staying home and fighting for better conditions for the country at large, truckers would make twice what they make. The fact that truckers earn about half of what the job probably should pay based on the working conditions and the value provided to the economy proves that they'll never stay home. Because do you really think they're going to sacrifice for the good of the country when they won't even sacrifice to double their pay? Are you out of your mind? It's not possible. It cannot happen. But here I am on YouTube. The few times I, manage to watch trucker content, it's like in the comments, well, maybe these truckers will park it long enough to fight for better. No, they won't. It's not. They will not. No, they will not. Because when the company tells the trucker to go pick up the load or deliver the load, that's what they do. They don't say, well, I would love to, except we got to fight for the better conditions for all Americans. 9 out of 10 truckers, when you tell them, hey, go pick this load up, they just go pick the fucking load up and deliver it over here by this time. That's what a trucker is. And they know if they don't bring home the bacon to mama, they in trouble because they don't rule the roost, right? They are not masters of their own domain. The vast majority, anyway. But then some of my prior frustration was, or what I allowed to frustrate me was so-called truth community, fake pandemic, problem solving, and all of this. And it's like now I'm interfacing with people who actually believe that truckers might shut down the country enough to right the ship. And I'm like, well, number one, no, they won't. And even if they did, it still wouldn't right the ship. And do I really need to write some level of a university, do I really need to go back to the lab long enough to crank out a thesis, a university level thesis explaining all the reasons why, complete to the level of footnotes, right? Because yeah, I'm able to do that. It'd probably take 9 months of my life, but yeah, I could do that. Why? Or I could live in a proper society. This is also why people are never going to come together, because part of what I'm talking about when I say individuals would need to transform themselves and rise to a certain level, and when it comes to intellect and being able to think and reason like I'm able to think and reason, well, that's not entirely true. If enough individuals rose to a level within themselves, work, and actually, spiritual work and all of this, if people did that individually, but also did it by helping each other outside of themselves, such as we don't all need to learn to use logic and reason if we have access to a Benton and we trust the Benton and we just say, hey, Benton, what about this? And then Benton just off the top of his head, more or less, gives a university level dissertation. And then we just trust, okay, well, the professor over there, he doesn't have all the degrees and shit, but he performs at that level. So let's probably just trust and believe what he's telling us. But see, that trust and belief is not there unless I make my life into a business of earning $250,000 from utilizing those aspects of my intellect. Now, I wasn't capable of doing that in the past, mostly because I had a poor attitude and I had certain, mental problems, arguably. But am I young enough? No, I'm old, but could I go and get all of these degrees and maybe live long enough to actually, well, would I even get hired to do anything? Probably not. But hypothetically, I'm still capable of all this, right? Hypothetically. And I'm a type who would more or less go to school for fun, in a way, if I didn't have to, if I could just study what I wanted to study, which I could. You don't have to seek a degree. It's possible to audit a course, right? Meaning I could go to university, take the motherfucking courses, prove my ability to understand the material, and just never get the degree, right? It's called auditing. But does the professor want another professor in the classroom taking the course? Probably not. Because yes, I am on that level right fucking now talking to you. That's part of why you're listening. I mean, again, always being arrogant and egoic and all that. Yeah, I am. Because, that's my, the most super intelligent force of love possible bestowed some of that on me. And then I took it and developed it into what is speaking to you now. Why wouldn't I be proud of that? Is that not an accomplishment worthy of pride? So are you telling me just pride is verboten across the board? Nobody's ever supposed to be proud of anything? Huh? So when little Johnny or little Susie goes off and achieves, you're not supposed to be proud of little Johnny and little Susie? Oh, well, that's different. Okay, maybe it is, but you're telling me I can't be proud of what I done? Fuck you. Is not your pride in little Johnny and little Susie? Is that in some way that's you did that in some way? Or at least your offspring, your genetic material did that. You tell me I'm not supposed to be proud of what I'm able to do? Fuck you. Fuck You. And I'm also not willing to treat everybody
Reduce
like
speed.
they're also able to just wander into a university lecture somewhere and somewhat be on the level of the professor.
Reduce speed.
You're not. I don't know what to tell you. Do you have talents and abilities that I'll never know anything about? Of course you do. But why do I have to live in a society where I'm just supposed to, am expected to treat everybody like they have my abilities? No, most people don't have my abilities. I don't know what to tell you. I happen to be really good at some things that most people are terrible at. So what? So what? Is the rarity of those abilities, what does that mean? Now I have to treat y'all like you can do what I can do? You can't. So now I got to fake the funk in the so-called truth community? Why? For what? Where does that get us? Anyway, I'm allowing myself to become annoyed. Cranky old man. So let me chill the fuck out. I like how it's 55, but let's go even slower because it's a tunnel, right? It's like, why? Yeah, we're in a tunnel. Is that why we need to go even slower than the speed limit? I just don't get it. Like, why? If we needed to go 45, I'm pretty sure the speed limit would be 45. And I think the only reason the speed limit is 55 is so we don't go 70. So how come more often than not, whoever I'm behind in the tunnel wants to go 39? Like I don't get it. There's no benefit. What are we doing? Are tunnels scary? Yeah, there's a wall over there. So what? These are the people, by the way, who are expected to courageously reform the dystopia, to sacrifice. And I've already explained why society, it's just impossible. Even if society tomorrow just said, okay, we're going to fix all this, come hell or high water, all hands on deck, I'll go ahead and tell you why it cannot fucking happen. It's because the older folks, such as myself, Gen X, boomers, and the older millennials, they've already been ran through by the system, so much so that those we're not even capable of it, the older folks. And young people are not going to sacrifice their youth to fix a dystopia when there's no guarantee that it won't just go right back to dystopia in short motherfucking order. You didn't sacrifice your youth, right? I didn't sacrifice my youth. Are we really going to ask the youth, say, hey, instead of y'all going out and enjoying being a young person while you're still young, we need you to go out here and fix this because we're not capable of it because we're old enough that the system's already ran a train on our ass. Guess what, 20-year-olds? By the time you're 50, the system's gonna have ran through all of y'all. You're no longer gonna be capable of fixing dystopia. So necessary, and old people hate to hear this, folks. If you're listening to this, you're already in a group that's too motherfucking old. You're not capable of fixing this place by uh, by getting together with other people in your peer groups and other people that you think are like-minded. If tomorrow we all just decided, okay, no more of this, we're staying the fuck home, it's all hands off of the deck of serving government and corporations, we're gonna do whatever it takes, we're all in, we're fully committed. You're not capable of it. You don't have what it takes. I don't have what it takes. I hate to break it to you. You don't. Collectively. Now, maybe individually some of you do, There, as a mass, Gen X, you don't have it. Boomers, you don't have it. Millennials, you don't have it. Anybody who doesn't have actual youth doesn't have it. And guess what, folks? You're not going to ask your 20-year-old kids to sacrifice their youth to fix this motherfucking hell realm. You're not going to do that. Please stop pretending like you are. You're not. You're not going to fix dystopia. You wouldn't fix dystopia if put in place to do so. That's true knowledge. To realize, wow, I'm really not shit on some level because I'm also not going to fix this place, even if tasked with fixing this place. It sucks to realize that about oneself, but it is still the reality on the ground. Yeah, it pisses me off a little bit to realize that. And nobody is going to ask these nobody outside of BLM and Antifa is going to volunteer to sacrifice their youth, by the way. That's the people, that's the young people willing to sacrifice their youth, is the people that of BLM and Antifa, right? So the the Nazi youth, the Nazi youth is not going to do it. It's not going to happen, right? The brown shirts are not going to do it. Because the fact is, I was raised to never have sex before I was married, but when I started banging broads at the age of 15, you know, there was something in my daddy where he was a little bit proud, right? Or at least like, well, at least we don't have to worry about him. You know, he's going to turn out normally, at least in certain ways, right? You know, there's certain things that I'm assuming, not being a parent, that a parent wants for the child, which is involved with, unless there's an actual world war, they still don't want to send their kids off to war, right? But then it's like, are you really just of your own volition going to say, hey, Johnny and Susie, you're the generation that's going to fix this? And that's that song, Silent Running, Mike and the Mechanics. Can you hear me calling? Do you hear me calling you? Or however that goes. I've forgotten the lyrics, but so if you actually, and I did an entire episode of Nightmare Dystopia podcast about the lyrics to that song, or at least in part. So part of that was during the fake pandemic was this idea of let's prepare and go underground and wait it out. And then when the time is right, you know, the rebellion will be underway. But what is that? Those are system ideas. Because the Silent Running song, Mike and the Mechanics, it says, grab your children and the flag and hide out in the cellar, right? And then, and I don't remember all the lyrics, but then later on it says, whatever flag they offer. No, okay, wait a minute. I'm fucking up these lyrics. Pledge allegiance to the flag, whatever flag they offer. Right? And then it talks about in the future, right, children will stand up where we stood still. But then I thought to myself, why would the offspring of the people who did nothing and let evil take over, why would their genetic material in the future stand up and overthrow evil? Does that make any sense? The time is always now. The time is never not now, right? But so the system gets a lot of mileage out of indoctrinating the populace into thinking, well, you will rebel when the time is right. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. The fact that the people who are here now are not rebelling proves that the people who are here now will never rebel, right? It proves that they won't rebel. Why would their children rebel? Now, their children will rebel when the system needs them to rebel. And this is Kaczynskiism. The children will rebel when the system needs them to rebel. And the rebellion will only ever further, it will only ever serve to further strengthen the system itself, also known as dystopia. So nobody's going to sacrifice their youth other than BLM and Antifa. And by the way, they're just that way anyway. You could not convince them not to be that way. That's just how they are, right? They're doing versions of that no matter what happens. There's always this, some version of the Weather Underground, whether in practice or in spirit. That's a thing. I'm not sure that's a creation of the system. I think that's an organic version of humanity, right? No matter what, there's always been freaks. I went to college in 1993. There were freaks on campus. Uh,
Reduce speed.
yeah, we just said, oh, those are the freaky people, and it paid them no mind, right? For the most part. Yeah, let your freak flag fly. Let it fly over there. There wasn't a problem to be solved. But also, we weren't going to let them just take over all of society, which seemingly happened for a time, right? Even me, my buddy figured out how to hijack the computers in the computer lab, and he put an offensive image as a screensaver or whatever. And this one fucking Antifa type tried to pearl clutch and talk about how he was offended, and I just looked at him and I said, "You're not offended." I said, "Shut the fuck up." I just said, "You're not offended," because I knew he was one of them freaky people, and he was not offended by that image, right? I knew he wasn't. I said, "Shut the fuck up." Go fuck yourself, right? Because he wasn't offended. But that's the type of person who is like offended on behalf of others. Right? It's like, no, absolutely not. I was working in a computer lab. Not at that computer lab, but I said, we'll fix it. Don't worry. It's like, there's nothing to worry about here. But he was wanting the pearl clutch. So you're not, I said, we both know you're not offended, man. That does not offend you. You're not going to act like it does. You fucking weirdo. But that was when society forced someone who was clearly living some form of an alternative lifestyle. He had no choice but to hide the alternative lifestyle, which I don't have a problem with. But I knew, no, man, we know that behind closed doors, you're way more deviant than whatever that image on the screen is portraying. So I'm not going to let you get away with this in this moment. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to have those kind of people in society. The more MAGA-leaning types, it's like, part of that is the idea that could be stamped out of society. No, it can't. The society's not capable of completely ridding itself of whatever that is. Now, can society seemingly do it through repression? Sure, but it's still there, right? It's still there. It's just people who are willing to pretend like it's not there, but it's still there, right? And I knew enough that I could tell, okay, buddy, you are that thing, right? You are that creepy fucking weirdo that probably a sex offender by now. Honestly, he's probably registered if he's still around. One of them creepy mouth breathing weirdos. That when I say bullying has its, there's actually good aspects to bullying. Hopefully, whatever that was got bullied. They bullied him out. They bullied that out of him. Hopefully, whatever that was. So I'm a mixture of the lefty
radical fucking, leftist type of ideas, but only some of them. Meanwhile, let's not forget the free speech movement. That was at the time the most liberal people. That's who started the free speech movement of the 60s. The most left-leaning people in society, right? Like I'm a combination of a lot of this stuff. You can't really pin me down. Again, nothing wrong with actual liberals, by the way. Assuming what? They're willing to not break the laws. They're willing to not fucking prey upon your children, right? An actual liberal has no interest in preying on your child. A fucking crazy ass lefty radical does. Right? That's the difference. Meanwhile, conservatives have no problem signing everybody's children into a system that is going to economically enslave them. No problem. I don't know which one's morally repugnant. Trying to indoctrinate children into to a system of depravity on the one hand, but then that's bad, and then on the other hand, indoctrinate them into de facto financial slavery. Right? They're both bad. Both are bad. Actual slavery. It's de facto slavery. Wage slave, they call it. Yeah, both are bad. One of them can be dressed up to appear like it serves, we're productive members of society. Why? So Amazon's stock price can go up every quarter? So Amazon can make record profits every quarter into perpetuity? That's production? What the fuck are you talking about? Productive? Huh? For whom? In what context? And that's where I got to with the guy from Congo was he wanted to bring everything back to being a productive member of society. Well, I was a productive member of society living in the streets with nothing. I was at the same motherfucking time. I was productive and I was a functioning, upstanding member of society in certain ways, while at the bottom of society in other ways, in poverty, in the underclass. This idea that, and by the way, to be an American and make America great again is to believe that to be successful only measured in money and only by service of what the system considers productive is to be more moral than everybody. Meanwhile, while we watch DuPont and all of these corporations, ruin the health of the people, right? And the poisoning of everything, including my physical body, such that I'm eating $4.44 for 1.7 ounces of dark chocolate, but I bought it at the Supercenter. And if I want to be reasonably sure that it's free of these adulterants, it's $10, and they don't sell it at the Supercenter, right? And Amazon won't ship it to an Amazon locker because they figured out, based on their making record profits, they need me to report to a goddamn Whole Foods. Oh, we'll send it to the Amazon counter at Whole Foods. We won't send it to the Amazon locker at the truck stop, sir. Same product. Because we're Amazon and we decide what can Benton buy, where can it buy it. Amazon and Walmart are the same motherfucking thing. Have y'all figured this out? And I apologize. I have not yet overcome I've not yet strongly identified inside myself enough to speak lovingly some of these messages. That's my failing. I'm in the process of rectifying all of this. I will prove it in the future, but I'm not there yet. So I hear my own demeaning tone of voice. My apologies. How about you apologize by knocking it the fuck off, sir? Okay, we'll do. Not there yet. We'll do. And that's what I tell people when I give a formal, actual apology in real life. I apologize for a specific thing, and I say, furthermore, I'm going to apologize by not doing that to you again. How about that? Because that's what I want in the form of an apology is good. Really, it's like, yeah, you're forgiven. Apology accepted. As long as you knock it the fuck off, right? If you tend to keep doing that, then no, apology not accepted. Meanwhile, that's repentance. That's what repentance is, Christians. Now you've got somebody who won't call himself a Christian explaining to at least a few people that are Christians what repentance is. Some of you already know and don't need me to tell you, such as Razvan, right? Who more often than not probably practices, actual Christianity, although not fully, of course. Maybe he does. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not around him every day. Maybe he does. I can't know. Hey, we're almost to the fuel stop. How about that? Keep our fingers crossed. Now, do we go for another cup of coffee? I don't know, man. I'm thinking about it. Fuck. See, I already know I've proven the discipline that I'm able, and this sounds like a justification, but see, it's that, I don't know, man. But I know that if I go to 3 cups a day, which is going from 4 to 6, actually, based on what a cup is considered. I don't know. I might get some decaf. See, I won't lie to myself and say, well, okay, just today I'll have 3 and then go back to 2. No, I won't. If I have 3 today, I'm having 3 tomorrow. That's how that works. That's how I got from 1 to 2, by the way. That's absolutely how that works. So what was I was trying to make a point. Then I got into haranguing the audience. And I got a little too demeaning and had to correct myself. Chose to correct myself. And said I'm working on it. And in all of that, I lost my greater point. Maybe it'll come back to me. I don't know. Maybe it won't. Passion was there, so I must have felt strongly about it. Whatever it was. Oh, something about MAGA, probably. Something having to do with MAGA. And just, being able to see, okay, let's just follow MAGA's prescriptions as a thought experiment and just let's see where that would lead society to, right? Well, I remember Reagan, so I remember what society was like. I don't view a return to that as a good thing. But if you take a man that has never in his life produced more than 600 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone on his best day, and that happened to him right about age 18, right? And that was the best piece he ever got was right about that age, 18, 19, 20. And that was his best experiences on a certain level, and that was if he was good at sports, that was his prime, right? And well, what was happening then? What if it was 1988, or in my case 1983, 1984, or if that was for some of us that was 1980 or whatever year. So can we see what is it that people are trying to go back to? They want to go back to when they most people, and you know, there's a content creator that talks about this. A lot of people did peak, especially males did peak around that time. Well, this is going to sound like bragging, but I got my testosterone checked when I was 38, and it was 1,106 nanograms per deciliter. And this system will say, well, a man's testosterone declines with age. No, it doesn't. As a group, men's testosterone declines with age. As a group, I'm not in a group. I'm me. My testosterone does not decline with age. Now, it has declined with what? Chronic illness. I'm absolutely not making the levels I would make otherwise. Now, I know I'm not, because I won't even get into the reasons why I know. But I know I'm not. But I bet money that if you gave me a week and we scheduled a blood test, I'd be willing to bet even odds that I could crack a 750. As long as I get to buy out, meaning if I know I didn't get proper sleep, you know, if something happened to where I'm not best case scenario, but if I get a week to prepare, I bet $500 even odds that I could get my blood taken first thing in the morning, 750, which by the way would be considered very good for a person in their 20s. No bullshit. We now have multiple generations who are never going to experience a 750 unless they get on the HRT. It's never going to happen. Imagine that. They're no longer getting the full shot of testosterone in utero. You got entire generations where effectively none of them are ever going to experience a 750. I'm betting you money. I bet you $500 within a week I can crack a 750. And if I'm willing to bet 500 even odds, you know, and it comes out at 680 and I lose the bet, well, that's still kind of the same thing, isn't it? Right? It's close to fucking enough. You know, just go find you a random 18-year-old and be like, wow, he's got titties. So let's just go at random pick an 18-year-old and okay, let's go test his testosterone. It's probably a 200. Oh, but we're going to make America great again. We're going to have a proper society, greatest country in the realm. Well, not when it comes to the testosterone levels of the young males, it's not. Make testosterone great again. I don't know. If my digestion gets back to the point where I feel like I can put down 3,000 calories a day, I might go right back to 1,100. Because there's no 1,100 without lots and lots of calories. I can assure you of that. I promise you, my 70-year-old dad will never fall below a 700 until finally he just becomes decrepit. Right? Eventually, you know, it's a 90-year-old, and he's decrepit. Right? My dad at 70, last time I saw him, I promise you, he's still making 700. There's no way he's not. He'll probably never not experience a 700. Think about that. And then we have entire generations now who are never going to experience a 700 until they get on the HRT. Guess what? You've got females now who, before they're legally adults, are experiencing a 700 testosterone because they're taking testosterone because they're trans. That's the society, by the way. We all live in that now. So of course some of these younger females, in their experience, they are able to bully and push around the males of their age well into their 20s. So of course some of them, for a time, not having experience, mistakenly thought they could do that to Benton, and was like, oh, wait a minute, we can't actually just push around every male. Wait a minute. Some of them ain't. Some of them are just going to tell us to our face, hey, sister, I see what you're doing. I don't mind if you do it to the pussies, but good luck doing it to me. You know, because if I have to, I'm out here not attacking anybody, but if I have to, I'll just knock you the fuck out, lady, and I'll just wait around for the cops to show up and take me to jail. And then when the judge asks me what is the meaning of this, I'll say, hey, judge, well, this broad thought she could step to me. I knocked her the fuck out, waited for the cops to show up, and now I'm pleading guilty. Please punish me, judge. Because if, by the way, if she does it again, I'm going to do the exact same fucking thing, right? And it's not because she's a female. It's because men know that they can't do that to me. Therefore, they don't try. Because men have these ways of communicating to other men, hey, man, maybe you can bully other men. I'm not the one you can bully, right? And men have a hierarchy and a pecking order and maybe that's a thing, but it's not a thing I allow. And if you want to just go ahead and have a fist fight, meanwhile, I'm not a fist fighter, but you're going to have to knock me the fuck out, brother. So I don't know what to tell you. And at that point, is there really enough in? No, that's an actual, that would be a person with an actual antisocial personality disorder that would then just knock me the fuck out based on all of that. And yeah, there are those people. Where are they? They're in prison. They are all in prison or on their way to prison. So I don't really have to worry about them. And probably I know enough to avoid them. If I catch one in the wild, I probably just know to stay the fuck out of his way. Probably. Like, oh yeah, just let him have it. I don't need to go fight him for whatever it is he's decided is his. But if I've already claimed it as mine and he comes around, it's like, well, he might just knock me the fuck out and take it. Oh well. I'm not going to just let him have it. Although nowadays, maybe I would. I'd probably just say, well, I don't know what to tell you, brother. You're just going to have to knock me the fuck out then, because I'm not just going to give you what's mine. But at this point of my spiritual journey, I'm not sure I even have the option of violence. I'm not exactly sure. So anyway, better get to it. But then again, I was flying a sign one time, panhandling in Fayetteville, Arkansas on New Year's Eve day, and these drunks thought they were going to come run me off the corner. And I started gathering all my belongings together, and they thought I was leaving. And once I got all my belongings together, I just said, you better go ahead and just do whatever you're going to do to me, because I ain't leaving. So I just get to it, buddy. And then they went to acting like they was going to attack me. A passerby saw it happening and drove up in his truck, and he put a stop to it. And I said, thanks, man. I said, I'm just not, I'm not violent. I'm not willing to beat these guys up. Even though we could all see that I was capable of it, I could have kicked both their asses pretty easy. And I'm not a fighter, but just physically. So he went over there and put a stop to it. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to fight these guys over a fucking street corner, but I'm not going to allow them to cause me to leave either. I do have my manhood. I do still have my manhood, right? And nobody's teaching the youth, by the way. There are some exceptions, but the youth are not even becoming men anymore. So most of the time if you see women complaining about men, or you hear males trying to problem solve and talk about men, by the way, that's a status. When people say men, most of the group being referred to is no longer men. That's mostly males versus my peer group as a youth passing into manhood. My society and culture demanded that we pass into manhood by proving it via rites of passage, or we literally were not accepted as men into society. We weren't full adults. So surprise, surprise, effectively all of my peers pass from boy to man. That's not happening anymore, folks. And it's not going to happen just because Donald Trump and Republicans seize the fucking White House and have enough time to seemingly fix society. It's not going to fix that. No, it is not. Because MAGA is not reclaiming the home. Mama still rules the roost, MAGA. I hate to break it to you. If Mama don't want little Johnny uh, playing football and going out here and doing all these rites of passage, he's not going to do them. And if little Johnny is no longer incentivized to go out here and even though he's terrified, you think I wasn't scared? I was fucking terrified. I was more scared of my dad, who was, there's no way he was going to fail to do his duty, his civic duty, and turn old Benton into a man. There's no option. So now it's like, oh, look at the young boys. They want to be this and they want to be that. No, they don't. You're allowing them to be that. We are allowing them to be that. If they had let me hang out at the house and play video games, especially since I was getting laid, by the way, why would I have actually passed into manhood? For what? I wouldn't have. I would have stayed at home, worked whatever little job just to be able to keep my girlfriend happy and, buy my video games or whatever I was into and, play my sports and, keep my car running, which was way more possible back then, of course. This is my exit. I guess we'll end it here. I got to fuel the truck, and it's probably a good place to stop, although maybe I'll keep it going. It's not really a stream unless I yerk the stream by threatening to leave. There's really no downside to keeping the stream going at this point. We're in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, home to many large truck stops. So a little bit of city driving. 1.2 miles of city driving over to the Loves. Oh, this is one of the. I parked at this Loves, and I've never parked there overnight and not had the truck next to me just dump either their piss jug or their soda water out the window onto my tractor. It's every single time I've ever parked here overnight. In the morning, there's either urine or soda, or perhaps both, has gotten all over my tractor, which is a bit of a statement. I don't think that's an accident. It does seem to be perhaps a truck driver sending a message about how he feels about truck driving. Because that's not the behavior of a lady, certainly. It's definitely a fella doing that, whatever that is. Back through the toll. This looks like that one where Sonny got shot up in Goodfellas, or sorry, The Godfather. It's that same style of toll booth. Aha! Here's the Loves. Auto truck entry. bit confusing with the sign. Yeah. Get up in there, lady. Hey, that's somebody who actually knows how to drive. Well done. Don't see that every day. I like it. There's the Petro next door. That's where I would usually end up parking. Not this Lowe's. Oh man. I see at least one that looks like he parks overnight. Looks like he parked overnight at the fuel island. And then another lane out of order. So we're probably waiting for fuel, which is rarely happens to old Benton, but it does happen on occasion. Yeah, they're stacked up fairly deep already. And I realize now with my drive time, I should have went ahead and went off duty or actually yard move. But if I end up needing those 2 minutes, oh, is he backing in? All right, yeah, go for it, Bubba. I don't mind waiting. He might want me to go by though. Are you backing up? Yeah, go ahead and back on in there, Bubba. You look to be about lined up, as far as I can tell. Looks like I might have to wait for the pumps anyway. He was going to let me go by, though. That's nice of him. Now, if these truckers weren't making their own damn parking spots, it'd be a little easier, wouldn't it? Oh, shit. So this may not be doable. Yeah, he had to give up on it. Yeah, because these guys made their own parking, he can't do it. It's impossible. Or maybe it's possible, but he's having to pull all the way up. Yeah, I'm getting out of his way now. I'm just in the way. But, we did the right thing. Instead of selfishly just, because that's the thing is, yeah, I might be able to selfishly bull my way through there, but what if there's now 3 trucks come behind me? Now he's sitting there for 15 minutes. Now it's just everybody's coming through there. So somebody's got to be the one to just be like, all right, we're stopping, we're waiting, we're going to let this guy back in. He's lined up. It's not going to take him too long. Who's going to be that person? Because the human, as we know, the human instinct is there's an opening, let's go for it. And not even concern ourselves with. But sometimes we're the person waiting to back in. Now it's golden rule, I want somebody to, if I know it's not going to take very long, I want somebody to wait on me. Anyway, I'll be back shortly. Got to fuel the old rig here. Get to fuel the rig.
Hello. I think I'm here. Hold on. Yep. Well,
It's not even trying to grow gigantic business. Business with people being especially in corporate world, because perhaps I have studied, I would say, working with corporate society. Certainly looking at human resources, again, human children able to serve corporations as their master, serve a corporate master as an what's up, Jay? I see you down. I think I would have been better off getting just going and buying gallons I guess I'm not ashamed to say. Sorry if I kept y'all around.